Hello everyone, welcome to my channel. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. Case 1. Dakota Levi Stevens was born in Munster, Indiana on October 21st, 2013. His closest relatives called him Levi, and his younger sister called him Levy because she couldn't quite pronounce his name when she first started to talk. As most news articles refer to him by his legal name, we'll be doing the same moving forward. Now, by all accounts, Dakota was an extraordinary kid. He was smart, creative, and passionate. He had brown hair, blue eyes, and a dimpled grin that, according to his aunt, could light up any room he walked into. He had a big heart and strong opinions, and he wasn't shy about voicing them. His aunt affectionately called him a master bargainer because he could be very convincing. His former foster father said he could talk your ear off, and that he once talked him into bringing a cricket home so he could keep it as a pet. His favorite foods were chicken nuggets and pizza. Dakota loved bugs, frogs, sharks, and being outside. He did a school project on cicadas and decided they were the best bug in the world. He also loved Legos, Thomas the Tank Engine, Minecraft, and Pokemon. He enjoyed reading and used his vibrant imagination to tell stories, sometimes even acting out the exciting parts. He liked Katy Perry songs and would often sing and do quirky little dances and perform, especially anytime someone pulled out a camera. He loved playing board games, and no matter the game, he was always sure he had won. His enthusiasm and energy made him hard to keep up with. His aunt said he gave his teachers a run for their money. But he was very smart, he loved math, and his favorite teacher was Mrs. Tarnowski. On February 22nd, 2022, she asked her class to write an essay imagining what they would be like in the future. Dakota's response gave a glimpse of his big personality. In it, he said, "When I am 22, I will live with Mrs. Tarnowski, my favorite teacher I love so much. I will be tall. I will have 100,000 frogs, a big leopard shark, 500 fish, 2 dogs, and 1 cat. That's what I want to be like when I'm 22 years old." Mrs. Tarnowski said Dakota had big emotions, and he was always concerned with fairness and respect. While she was teaching him algebra, she said he was teaching everyone else patience. He told his relatives he was going to discover a new species of shark someday, and he practiced his wildlife biology skills by going on bug hunting expeditions in the backyard. In one picture taken by his foster father, Dakota holds a small snail in the palm of his hand and smiles, proud of his new discovery. His aunt said he loved to bug hunt, and he would tell all the bugs when he caught them, "Don't worry. I'm your Uncle Levi. I'm going to take care of you." Dakota had a big family and many aunts. His Aunt Anna Parrish Parker was there the day he was born. She said he stole her heart the moment I held him in the hospital. A year later, his younger sister was born. For the next few years, his parents both struggled with substance use, and eventually it got so bad they were unable to care for their children. In early 2018, the Indiana Department of Children's Services placed Dakota and his sister in foster care for about 2 weeks, and in May, they placed the children with their Aunt Anna. She loved taking care of both children, and said Dakota brought a lot of joy to everyone around him. At 4 years old, he was already showing signs of the energy and enthusiasm he had been known for. He kept her busy. She said his eyes popped open in the morning, and he was a go-go-go. His passions were digging for bugs and playing outside with his sister. He was always happiest when spending time with his family. She said he was a good big brother who loved his sister tremendously. This love shone through in pictures of the two siblings. Often they posed leaning on one another, sometimes with his arm around her shoulder, and always with their matching grins beaming at the camera. While in her care, Dakota and his sister were required by DCS to go to therapy twice a week, and they were still having scheduled visits with their parents twice a week as well. With all of these appointments on top of the time they spend at school, she said, they didn't have time to be children. When Anna mentioned Dakota was struggling with behavioral issues at school, the department wanted to add even more therapy sessions. She didn't think making their schedule even more stressful would help, but she never got a chance to explain why. After almost a year in her custody, DCS had the children removed from her care and didn't even give her a reason as to why they would do that. Anna said, "The judge ruled a removal from care on behalf of DCS, and I never had the chance to speak to the judge to tell them I didn't want the kids to have more therapy." At one point, he lived with his grandmother, Melissa Mailer, but the department wouldn't let him stay with her either. She said Levi was never traumatized until he got in the system. One day he woke up, and nobody he loved was around him no more. He was only 5 years old. The next 5 years, Melissa, Anna, and other family members fought hard to get Dakota and his sister back, but they had lost them to a system that, as we know, all too often doesn't seem to have the children's best interest at heart. Explaining the situation, Anna said, "Our family had him and his sister taken from us by the Department of Children and Family Services back in 2019 for reasons we don't understand and weren't in our control. Him and his sister were kept from us despite many and multiple efforts to get them back. There wasn't a day that went by when Levi and his sister weren't on our minds and in our hearts." Sometime around mid-2019, before his 6th birthday in October, Dakota and his sister were placed with new foster parents in Hammond, Indiana. Their foster father, Hayden Hetzel, said it was a difficult but also very happy time. He was only 21 years old when he and his girlfriend, Melena Blanchard, became first-time parents to 5-year-old Dakota and his 4-year-old sister. Melena said Dakota was always hopeful, no matter how much he struggled. She said, "He was just a baby, but his personality showed from the day we got him. Even with all that he'd been through, he still managed to see the good in things. He was troubled, he was hurt, but his soul was beautiful." What is that? A Bella production? Hayden said of the time, by no means was being a parent easy, especially at 21, starting with a 4- and 5-year-old. But parenting is never easy, and Hayden said Dakota never went to bed without asking for a hugging kiss, no matter how bad it was. "We never went to bed angry or upset because we would reset the next morning and go to bed at least knowing we both still loved each other." Hayden said Dakota struggled with anxiety and mental health issues, and he had his moments, but he responded well to a little TLC. He said he never needed excessive force to be held back. "I had him in his fits, and all he needed was to be heard, held, and sometimes bear hugged, and he would just melt in your arms." Dakota and Hayden bonded quickly. He said, from the beginning, the boy looked up to him as a "he never didn't call me dad." He was always like, "Dad this, Dad that, let's go on a walk." At his new foster home, he kept his tradition of bug hunting and loved playing outside in the yard. Pictures from this time with Hayden show a happy kid coloring, drawing, posing for the first day of 1st grade, building with blocks and Legos, and playing with his sister. He also spent time with his foster grandparents, Sabrina and Joe Hetzel. One year, Grandpa Joe even dressed up as a Yeti so Dakota could find one for Halloween, and Hayden got the boy's initials tattooed on his ankle. In September of 2021, Dakota's biological father, Dakota D. Stevens, passed away from complications of his struggle with addiction. Dakota's biological mother also relinquished her parental rights. Around that time, Hayden and his family were trying to adopt Dakota and his sister, but the situation soon got complicated. Sister's adoption was contested in the courts, which caused a delay. Hayden's personal circumstances changed. He explained on social media, 2.5 years, and some really weird, unfortunate circumstances and instances that happened to us that made me have to walk away initially at the time of adoption. Being a single dad at that point, and not having help while working 16 hours every day would not have been the life for them. However, he emphasized that even though he wasn't able to adopt the kids on his first attempt, once he was able to overcome the unfortunate circumstances, he tried again to adopt Dakota. DCS, and the courts would not let him. Hayden said he was always loved, and not for a second did we not want him. We wanted him to be safe, healthy, and loved. After the adoption fell through, DCS removed the children from Hayden's care and Dakota was placed in a mental institution in South Bend, Indiana for treatment. He and his sister were split up. She was adopted by a family, but once Dakota was released from the treatment program, it was once again shuffled from foster home to foster home. According to Hayden, Dakota begged for a while to come back because he felt safe and happy at her home. In October of 2022, Hayden and his parents, Grandpa Joe and Grandma Sabrina, were able to bring Dakota home for a week. After that short time, a judge denied the placement without giving them any reason or explanation whatsoever. As we've seen in countless cases, DCS hides many of their actions behind privacy laws, meaning the public and even the people involved are left with more questions than they are answers. But during their short week together, Hayden and his family were able to make more memories with Dakota. When it became clear they wouldn't be allowed to keep him, Hayden told the DCS officials that the ideal placement for Dakota would be in a home where he was the only child. He said he was thriving in an environment with no kids. Hayden posts about his time as Dakota's father saying, "I have and will continue to love you with every part of my heart." I hope the time that I had you, I was able to show you what a good man should be, and I hope you took and lived each day like it was your last. Your memory will live on, and I will make damn sure everyone knows you, knows your story, knows the wonderful human being and soul you were. I'm glad I got to take you for your first real haircut last year at the barbershop. I'm glad I had you for the almost 3 years that I did, and the 1 week that I had you last year. Thank you for the laughs, the cries, the sleepless nights, the endless memories, your excitement and passion for anything that you did and put your mind to amazed me. It's not exactly clear where Dakota spent the next year, but reports say he bounced between staying with relatives and foster care. Another aunt, Nicole Rubalcava, had custody of Hayden for some time, but DCS removed him from her care as well. Wherever he went, and despite his struggles, he was always doing something creative. In early 2024, he started making paper boxes and selling them for $2 a box. He sold one to Aaliyah Stewart, who he knew from a local youth center, but along with her box, she said she got much more from the young entrepreneur. She said, "He held me to my accountability when she missed her arranged pickup time, leaving her a stern voicemail message." He also talked her into downloading a free version of Minecraft. According to one of his relatives, he always dreamed of starting his own business, and this project was one step down that path to making that dream come true. He was staying with one of his aunts in April of 2024 when he moved yet again, this time to Liberty Township in the home of Jennifer Lee Wilson and her husband Robert Wilson. Robert worked as the principal of the nearby Lake Ridge New Tech Middle School. The couple became licensed foster parents in 2017 after completing what DCS described as the required training and education required to achieve and maintain the licensure. The couple had adopted 3 children they fostered, and according to Jennifer, they were ready to stop fostering. But they knew Dakota because they had provided respite care for him a couple of years earlier, which means they took him for a short time so his caretakers could have a break. So despite their plans to stop, they decided to take him in, and despite Hayden's suggestion that they find Dakota a home where he would be the only child, DCS decided to place him with the Wilsons and their 3 children. On April 5, 2024, he moved into their home on Falcon Way in Valparaiso, Indiana. Though all of his foster parents admitted he could be a handful sometimes, Jennifer painted a much darker picture of Dakota. She said he had, quote, verbal and physical aggression issues, though it is hard to imagine that she found him physically intimidating because the 10-year-old was a small, slight boy who weighed only 91 pounds and Jennifer was much larger than that. According to her driver's license, she stood 4 foot, 11 inches tall, and weighed 340 pounds. April 25th, Jennifer said Dakota woke up agitated because she had told him not to run in the house while playing Nerf guns with the other children. She told all the children they could go outside to play once they finished their chores, but she said Dakota refused to complete his. As a consequence, she said he wasn't allowed to play outside, but he said he was leaving and went outside anyway. She said he had not done this before, so she planned to give him about 5 minutes to, in her words, cool off, but when she went out in the backyard to confront him, she realized he had run away. Down the street, Dakota was talking to a neighbor. He asked the woman if she would adopt him and asked her to call the police. He said his current foster parents hit him in the face and didn't let him call his caseworker. Concerned, the neighbor looked for signs of CA, but said she didn't see any injuries on his face or any other areas she could easily observe. While they were talking, Jennifer drove up in a car and asked Dakota to get in. He refused. The neighbor told her she was worried something was wrong because Dakota asked her to call the police. Jennifer told her to mind her own business because she didn't know what was going on. Eventually, unable to get help, Dakota got in the back seat of the car and Jennifer drove him back to the house. It's worth pausing here to point out that the neighbor, who was just trying to help, might have inadvertently made the situation even more tense. If you tell a regular parent that their kid asked you to call the police, they're likely to be embarrassed. But if you a complete monster the same thing, you risk making them even more angry and putting the child in even more danger. Back at the house, Jennifer said Dakota wouldn't get out of the car, so she got out and opened the back door. She said he acted up by screaming and telling her he was going to leave. She said she isn't exactly clear about what happened next. She said she wanted to get him under control and keep him from leaving, but she isn't sure if she tackled the boy or if they fell down accidentally. Somehow they ended up on the ground, and her heavy body pinned him beneath her for more than 7 minutes. The Wilsons' home had a Ring video camera installed, and the camera captured the altercation in several clips. She was also able to speak to her husband through the Ring camera, and the video clips were sent to his cell phone. The first 20-second clip showed Jennifer sprawled across Dakota's head and neck while he screamed and flailed. Around this time, Jennifer used her phone to FaceTime Dakota's caseworker. She kept her body on top of the boy during this call. She was holding the phone with one hand. She could only support herself with her one free hand. Caseworker tried to calm him down, but had little success, likely because Dakota knew he was in danger. After her call with the caseworker, she used the Ring doorbell to speak to her husband, telling him Dakota was having one of his days. The next 20-second clip, she was still on top of him, but she seemed to be resting some of her weight on her right arm and elbow, which was planted on the ground. At this point, Dakota was still moving and able to scream, but his efforts began to fade. At the third clip, he had fallen silent and gone still. His arms were stretched above his head. Jennifer was still on top of him, but she had moved down his body and was laying across his hips. This clip was longer, lasting 6 minutes and 48 seconds. And during that entire time, Dakota doesn't move at all. The next clip, neither had changed position. She was still crushing him. He wasn't moving. She claimed she thought he was faking it when he stopped trying to get away. The fifth video clip, Jennifer had hoisted herself up onto one knee. Dakota was motionless beneath her, face down on the ground. She rolled him over. She noticed his eyelids were pale. Finally realizing he was unconscious and unresponsive, she screamed his name several times and asked one of her children to call 911. She said, "I was laying on him. He was acting bad." At some point during the altercation, a neighbor noticed what was going on, and she started CPR on the boy. A firefighter who lived nearby heard the call and ran to help taking over the CPR. At around 3:37, police and EMTs arrived in response to a call about a medical emergency. When they arrived, Dakota wasn't breathing, and he had no pulse. They noticed bruising on his neck and chest. Paramedics rushed him to Porter Memorial Hospital, and from there he was airlifted to the larger South Bend Memorial Hospital, where he was placed on life support. But he'd been without oxygen for too long and couldn't recover. 2 days later, on April 27th, he was taken off life support and pronounced dead shortly after. Police said Jennifer looked visibly distraught. They took her statement, but they didn't arrest her. The next day, she sent them the Ring video footage from her husband's cell phone. Based on their actions, police treated her more like a witness rather than a murderer. Relatives were told that Dakota had suffered a medical emergency, but weren't given many details. DCS officials first said that neither his family members or his former foster parents could even attend his funeral because he was a ward of the state. Understandably, they were heartbroken, angry, and afraid that they wouldn't get a chance to say goodbye to the little boy that they loved. On April 29th, his grandfather, George Stevens, posted a desperate cry for help on social media. It read, "Okay, Facebook people, I need help. My grandson, Dakota Levi Stevens, was in DCFS custody. Because my son and his girlfriend lost custody and gave their parental rights, we just found out that my grandson is dead. Can't get any help through DCFS or information. Worst of all, there's nothing on the news about it. And supposedly, whoever was taking care of him or possibly going to adopt him somehow suffocated him in the process of getting control and some type of fit that he was having. He ended up going to the hospital, put on life support, found out that he was brain dead. They pulled the plug and he died. I can't get any information to clear any of this up or to be able to attend my grandson's funeral through the DCFS office." Relatives reached out to local news outlets searching for answers. A week after his death, Hayden told reporters he still had no answers. 2 weeks later, one of his aunts told reporters, "We have not heard anything from the police." Eventually, DCS officials changed their minds and allowed the family to attend his funeral. The department released a public statement through their spokesman, Brian Heineman, who said, "Our entire staff is heartbroken by this news. DCS works with stakeholders and partners across the state to investigate the death of a child anytime there was suspected violence or neglect, and will take the appropriate action." He said that Jennifer and Robert's foster license had been put on hold. After review and substantiation of CA, it could be revoked. After the department's change of heart, his family was allowed to plan his funeral, which was held on May 6th at the Geiston Funeral Home in Crown Point. His family set up a huge inflatable shark over the driveway outside of the funeral home in honor of the boy, who wanted to discover a new species. Mourners walked through the shark's open mouth on their way to the entrance. Inside, Family members set up pictures of Dakota, as well as his favorite Thomas the Tank Engine trains. School projects and things he made were displayed on the wall. A large Lego creation sat on each side of his blue casket. Over 100 people attended his service, including his favorite teacher, Mrs. Tarnowski. She said she had learned a lot from him, and that knowing him and seeing how he handled his struggles helped her accept traumatic experiences from her own life. She said the love he shared with his family was his greatest strength, saying, "I've heard many bad things about what happened to this child. He told me all of it, but it was never about his family." Dakota was his own hero each day, and the reason for that was the foundation from his family. "I just need you to know he loved you, too, every single day." One of the truly special things about Dakota was his ability to stay optimistic no matter what he went through. His aunt, Nicole Rubikava, said, even if he battled stuff, his kid's heart truly was not made for this world. "He taught me so much." He truly did. "I didn't think a kid could teach you stuff like that." At his funeral service, Aunt Nicole told a story from the time he spent with her. About 3 days before he was placed back in foster care, she said they sat down and had a talk. She told him, "Promise when you make it out of the system, I just want you to tell me everything you make with your Legos." She said he agreed, and that the two of them touched their thumbs together to seal the promise. It was a way for them to both keep their spirits up while they had to be apart. It wasn't the way she hoped for, but she said in a way Dakota kept the most important part of his promise. Looking over at his casket, she said, "He came back to me. He made it out of the system." Later that day after his funeral, a vigil was held in his memory in the Eagle Ridge subdivision where he died. The vigil was organized by Monica Jimenez, a resident of the community, who was also a relative of Dakota's foster father, Hayden. The vigil was held at the community playground, and residents hoped to raise money to put up a plaque there in his memory. More than 100 people attended. Dakota's name was spelled out in silver balloons tied to the top of a swing set, and everyone ate pizza, one of his favorite foods. Attendees lit candles and held up the flashlights on their cell phones during a moment of silence and prayer. Many wore black t-shirts with a photo of Dakota on the front and Justice for Dakota on the back. Hayden told the gathered crowd, "I don't know if anybody knew Dakota, but Dakota would have loved everybody being here together. He would have talked your ear off the whole time." Hayden's mother Sabrina spoke of holding DCS accountable, saying, "We're heartbroken over the events that took place. We're here because we want justice for Dakota. There needs to be changes. A child lost his life, and it was senseless. It was a system that was supposed to protect him, and it failed." Though they were able to lay Dakota to rest, his family and foster family still didn't have answers, and no one was being held responsible for his death. On May 20th, foster father Hayden posted the following on social media. It read, "How is it that the smallest infraction of a crime, whether it be driving without a license or petty theft from a store, those people get charged and taken in right away. But the murderer of a 10-year-old boy is getting swept under the mat. 25 days, say it with me, 25 days since the murder of Dakota Levi Stevens. 25 days later, and his murderer is walking free." Near the end of May, Dakota's Aunt Ava Parrish felt like she had to do something, so she started a protest calling for justice. At this first protest, she wanted police to charge Jennifer with a crime, arrest her and lock her up. She missed her nephew and said, "The days of us being reunited will never happen. It's really hard on my daughter, and it's been really hard on my husband. That's why we're out here, because he doesn't have a voice. We have to be his voice." When the family still didn't have the answers next month, she held another protest in late June. She and other members of his family, along with supporters, gathered at a busy intersection on Indiana 149, carrying signs and bullhorns, and letting the public know that Jennifer had messed with the wrong family. Investigators say the death of a 10-year-old boy in foster care was a homicide. Dakota Stevens died back in April, 2 days after he suffered what was described as a medical emergency at his foster home in northwest Indiana. An autopsy determined that he died from mechanical asphyxiation, which is when an object or physical force stops someone from breathing. No one has been charged in Dakota's death. Authorities say they are still investigating. In July, the St. Joseph County Coroner's Office completed the autopsy report. Dakota's cause of death was listed as mechanical asphyxia, which happens when an object or physical force stops a person from breathing. In this case, the weight of Jennifer's body literally stopped him from breathing. His brain had severe swelling because he had been deprived of oxygen for an extended period of time. He also had suffered organ damage and hemorrhage from his liver and lungs. His manner of death was ruled a homicide. On July 12th, Jennifer was charged with reckless homicide, which is a level 5 felony in Indiana. One step up from the lowest level felony possible. If convicted, she would serve a maximum of just 6 years in prison. Now, if you remember earlier cases we've covered in Indiana, you might remember that they have credit time laws. What this means, to spare you the details, is that if she was considered a model prisoner, she would only need to serve half her sentence, meaning she would only serve 3 years for killing Dakota. Around 1 p.m., officers went to her home to arrest her, but didn't find her there. She was out of town and had left the state. A warrant for her arrest went out. The next day, a license plate reader captured her car in Berrien County, Michigan, just north of the Indiana border. The evening of July 13th, a deputy there located her vehicle, arrested her, and held her on a fugitive of justice warrant. She was extradited back to Indiana and held on a $20,000 cash bond, despite obviously demonstrating that she was a flight risk. Her case was assigned to Porter Superior Court Judge Mary DeBoer. On July 17th, she made bond with help from her family and was released. She returned to her home on Falcon Way. According to posts made by Dakota's family, her next hearing is scheduled in August. As Jennifer has yet to be convicted of a crime, she is considered innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. We'll be sure to keep an eye out for updates when and if they become available. Dakota's family, including his army of aunts, are furious that she only faces a maximum of 6 years, and they also want to hold DCS and Jennifer's husband accountable for their part in the murder. They have created 3 petitions online at the change.org website and are asking the public to sign in support. One of the petitions asks the department to provide more training for foster parents to prevent similar deaths in the future. It says more comprehensive classes should be introduced focusing on child psychology, trauma-informed care techniques, and emergency response skills, among others. The second petition asks Lake Ridge New Tech Middle School to remove Robert from his role as principal, since he is a mandated reporter, and got no help for Dakota despite seeing the incident via video call. The school released a press release that said, "No charges are filed against Mr. Wilson, nor are any anticipated." Lake Ridge New Tech Schools has not received any reports that would cause suspicion about Mr. Wilson's qualifications as an educator to ensure the safety and security of Lake Ridge students. While we understand that the legal proceedings affect Mr. Wilson's family, Lake Ridge will continue to monitor these proceedings as any determination is made related to Mr. Wilson's wife. The Dakota's family disagrees, saying Lake County, Indiana deserves school principals who are genuine protectors of children's safety, not those who will willingly turn a blind eye to CA. The last petition demands more serious charges to be filed against Jennifer, charges that would result in a harsher penalty than 6 years. They believe that Jennifer was acting intentionally, and she knew her actions were harming the boy. They said it seems the system, yet again, failed to protect Dakota. We believe that Wilson's charges should be elevated from reckless homicide to manslaughter or even murder, for her actions were far from reckless. They were lethal and appeared intentional. After they found out that Jennifer had been released on bond, some family members protested on the sidewalk outside of her home, chanting justice for Dakota. Aunt Ava is also still holding monthly protests. Most recent one, they held signs that featured a QR code that linked to the online petitions. Family also printed yard signs that feature his image. They're asking community members to display them to raise awareness. Mary Snell, one of Dakota's many cousins, joined in the protest. She said, "Our voice is his voice now. She took his voice away. That's all we're trying is to be his voice." Dakota's Aunt Anna, the one who held them the day he was born, and one of the many aunts who loved him unconditionally, wants everyone to remember the Levi she remembers. The little boy who was so full of life and love. In a post online, she said, "You matter, Levi, to me and to all that loved you. We can't stop, won't stop, not until justice is served, not only on earth, but in the afterlife too. Not until you are remembered for all you are and all you would have been. You must be remembered for the strong and brave person you were. You were so much more than her victim, and I will not let you be remembered as that. Remember, he was brave enough to seek help. He was intelligent enough to do all he could to get help and try to prevent this. At times, I feel like his identity is being lost in all this. Yes, we want justice and a more appropriate charge and sentence. Yes, we want DCFS held accountable for their part in his homicide and all their nonsense actions. But most important to me, I want his memory and legacy to live on. A lot of the information out there focuses on what happened and the facts surrounding his death, and focuses on the monster that took his life. While I'm grateful for the coverage, please keep in mind he was a person, a one-in-a-million kid. He was a son, brother, grandson, nephew, cousin, friend. He was loved and always will be. How many news stories or TikToks or YouTube videos take more than a second to mention him as a bright and loving kid, mention his IQ or his interests or how much he loved his sister? How many have truly covered him as a person and not a casualty? Levi was and is more than a sensational reaction to violence and abuse that has been legally happening for years. Please, I ask, when you speak his name, don't speak it solely as a victim or a statistic. Speak it full of life and love, just as he was in his short life. We will keep shouting your name, Brother Bear. You live on in all of us. Keep his name going, not the person who took his life. I choose to remember his smile and his laugh. His Levi ways, not the ugliness. I miss you so much, Levi, so much. And think of you and your pirate smile all the time. You should be here. Case 2. Chad Robert Amato was born on July 27, 1959. He was the son of a pharmacist and wanted to be an industrial chemist, but he found the work too lonely. Chad needed social interaction to find fulfillment in his work, so he followed in his father's footsteps and pursued a pharmacy degree. He was in the Kappa Psi fraternity at the University of Florida. He liked football, hiking, nature, horseback riding, and classic cinema. Margaret Ann Wade was born on July 11, 1957 in California. She was the youngest of 3 children. Her loved ones called her Peggy. She attended Sir Francis Drake High School in the College of the Marin. She was a transcription director at Medware Incorporated and then an operations manager for Scansoft. Her co-workers and subordinates characterized her as having a very calm, warm presence. She was open, hardworking, and easy to talk to. Chad and Peggy were married in 1987. Peggy had a young son, Jason, from a previous relationship. Chad welcomed Jason as his own and officially adopted him. By 1989, the Amatos were a family of 5. Cody Winston Amato was born on September 22, 1987, and Grant Tiernan Amato was born on May 20th, 1989. Like Chad, Peggy also had a love for horses. When a former racehorse named Lady needed someone to take care of her, Peggy took it upon herself to provide food, shelter, and love. She did this on top of her busy work schedule and mothering 3 boys. The Amato family lived at 2112 Salton Circle in Culeota, Florida. Culeota is about 22 miles from Orlando and an 8-mile drive from the University of Central Florida. As of 2022, it had a population of just under 2,500 residents. It spans less than 3 square miles, with Lake Mills and its national park taking up a sizable chunk of space. With its warm, humid climate, mossy trees, and marshy landscape, Culeota is exactly what you would expect from a small town in Florida. Growing up, Cody and Grant were attached to the hip. They both attended Timber Creek High School and were on the weightlifting team. They both liked anime, video games, and paintball. When they got older, they started going to shooting ranges. Grant, like his father, had a small collection of firearms. The 2 brothers studied nursing at the University of Central Florida. Cody stayed on longer, so he could specialize in anesthesia. Grant, meanwhile, dropped out of school. By the time Grant and Cody were adults, their older brother Jason had moved out. Chad and Peggy let their younger sons live rent-free in the family home while studying. When Grant dropped out, they gave him the same support as before. Grant had not completed his degree, but managed to get a nursing job at Advent Health Orlando. During his time there, he stole from the hospital and drugged his patients with medication to put them to sleep when typical sedatives didn't work. Grant didn't steal something over the counter like valerian root or melatonin. He stole propofol. Propofol is a sedative often given to patients before surgery. Medical professionals will closely monitor their patients after administering propofol, even in smaller doses. Mayo Clinic side effects can be anywhere from headaches and fatigue to anaphylaxis, coughing up blood, and hallucinations. After Michael Jackson died in 2009 from a heart attack, his personal physician was tried for manslaughter. The prosecution argued that Dr. Conrad Murphy administered a large and potentially lethal dose of propofol to Michael Jackson to help him sleep without any regard for his patient's safety. In short, propofol administration is taken very seriously, so when Grant was caught stealing high doses of it and carelessly drugging patients, law enforcement understandably got involved. Police found 8 empty propofol bottles in Grant's patient's rooms. He was arrested on June 21, 2018. Avon Health Orlando prepared to sue him, but his parents managed to get his charges dropped. We'll be back in just 1 minute. Please stick around for the following ad. It not only supports the channel, but it also supports charities in our area. Want to go to Vegas, but don't feel like leaving your couch? Well, this week's episode has been brought to you by Hard Rock Neverland Casino, the ultimate casino experience right on your iOS or Android device. The app is absolutely free and for entertainment purposes only. It does not offer real money gambling. Explore a wide variety of games such as Hard Rock's iconic memorabilia slots and popular ones such as Diner Party, Three Little Pigs, and Willoughby Stampede. Enjoy a seamless gaming experience designed to keep the fun rolling in without interruptions. Immerse yourself in vivid, high-quality visuals to bring that casino vibe to life. Best of all, Hard Rock Neverland Casino is running a $1 million cash giveaway. Every spin wins, and you could snag awesome prizes like thousands of dollars in cash or exclusive Hard Rock merchandise. This includes collectible gear, free stays, or other one-of-a-kind Hard Rock items. Hard Rock Neverland Casino is completely free to download and play, and you can't beat free. So what are you waiting for? Download the Hard Rock Neverland Casino app now and spin for your chance to win big. Get in on the $1 million cash giveaway and exclusive Hard Rock prizes. Click on our link in the description and receive 2 million free coins just for signing up. Log in every day to claim free spins, coins, and other exciting rewards that keep that momentum going. Thanks, and back to the episode. Now, Grant had a hard time finding a new job, and he decided he wanted to give Twitch live streaming a try. He asked his parents to shell out for expensive equipment. They were unsure about this kind of career path, but they ultimately allowed him to at least try it out. He went by the online username DeuceLight on X, formerly Twitter and Twitch. His first stream was on July 10, 2018, and sometimes he called himself Edgelord Light. Grant didn't expect the online streamer industry to be so competitive. His persona couldn't pull or maintain a large audience. Grant's last stream was on October 26, 2018. His parents thought he was working while shut up in his room all day, but really he was spending all of his time on adult sites. Grant became infatuated with Sylvia Vinceslavova, a MyFreeCams model from Bulgaria. She went by the online username AddieSweet and by the nickname Sylvie. Grant bought online currency called tokens to get a minute of private one-on-one time with the model. Aside from the revenue Sylvie made from the tokens, she also accepted gifts from her watchers. Grant sent her underwear and adult toys. To keep up appearances in front of his dream woman, Grant pretended he was a famous and wealthy Twitch streamer. When he ran out of his own money, he sold his firearms. When he ran out of firearms, he used his family members' credit cards. He got around this by saying he needed the funds for his Twitch channel. Grant was certainly in a relationship with Sylvie, but it was completely one-sided. One might define it as parasocial. A parasocial relationship is a relationship between a person and a figure they admire, but they don't know them personally. The figure is usually a celebrity, but they can also be a fictional character, a politician, a workplace superior, or a social media influencer, among other things. Parasocial relationships are nothing new, but they've become more widespread and more known about within the 21st century. Technology and social media have made celebrities, or folks that people consider celebrities, more accessible to the public. They have also made everyday people into household names or niche personalities. This accessibility creates a false sense of connection between a figure and a fan. The figure has a life that is separate from the fan, but the figure can be an important part of the fan's life. They can feel like the figure is their friend, or in extreme cases imagine them as if they were a best friend or a romantic partner. They dedicate time and emotional energy into forging a one-sided bond. If the figure messes up in some way, the fan could feel genuine betrayal, or can do mental gymnastics to try to defend them, or just generally feel very impacted by something they say or do, or what they perceive that the figure means. To be fair, everyone engages in some form of parasocial relationship. It's impossible not to in this day and age. It can be as simple as having a favorite athlete on a sports team. Most people keep inside their heads as a form of escapism, and know when to turn it on or turn it off. The parasocial relationship becomes harmful when the fan can't separate the projected thoughts from reality, or it becomes obsessive. A thesis by Amanda Lakin studied this phenomena. She looked into many elements of parasocial relationships. Most relevant to Grant Amato is how in his mind the line between fantasy and reality can become blurry as the fan interacts with the figure. Now with Sylvie, she offered one-on-one chat room calls that were paid by the minute. The more money Grant spent, the more time she dedicated to him. She gave him what he wanted, and he compensated her. To Grant, Sylvie was everything to him. To Sylvie, Grant was just another customer. Their connection was merely transactional. Now Grant was among many, many lonely men who fawned over Sylvie. Many of these men were in a chat room together where they bonded over their mutual love for her. Grant brought his lies to his fellow Sylvie fans where he said he drove a BMW, lived in a nice house alone, and made a fortune as a Twitch streamer. Grant, Cody, and their mutual friend Jericho Fine visited Japan in December of 2018 and even went to the Studio Ghibli Museum. He made an Instagram post on the 15th where he said, "No pictures allowed in the museum," which is a real shame. It's absolutely amazing inside. While on the trip, Grant took Jericho's credit card and spent $600. Jericho didn't notice until he got an alert that his card was frozen. His transaction history showed charges for MyFreeCamp's tokens and lingerie, neither of which he authorized. Since they were rapid and out of character, his bank froze his card. He announced to the brothers, "Hey, someone's hit my account for lingerie." Jericho felt the energy was off. Grant didn't even seem excited to be there. He even missed the Studio Ghibli Museum because he allegedly had food poisoning. Grant went missing just hours before their flight home. Cody found him in a pachinko parlor using the public Wi-Fi. Now Jericho, ironically enough, owned a Jericho 941 pistol, and he sold it to Blake Turpin, who was a friend of the group. After they returned from Japan, they visited Blake's house to play video games. Blake said Grant left to use the bathroom. After the brothers left, Blake realized the Jericho 941 was missing from its usual spot in the hall closet along with 6 rounds. Blake suspected Grant, but he didn't make a fuss about it. Grant and his father argued constantly. His father, Chad, knew that his son was accumulating debt, but wasn't sure what he was spending his money on. Tension reached its peak on December 19th, when Grant left the home. Peggy believed her son was a danger to himself, so she reported him missing to the police. On Amato, Grant's aunt and Chad's sister let her nephew into her home. She wasn't completely sure what was going on until she checked her bank account, and she learned what Grant was doing all night. He was speaking to a cam girl on the other side of the world. She called Chad and told him everything. Immediately, Chad begged his sister not to report Grant to the police. Dawn of surprise, her brother started crying. He told everything Grant had done previously, and how much debt the family was in. Ultimately, he wanted his son to be a free man. If it meant pushing his retirement further down the line, Chad would work to keep Grant out of jail. Grant spent over $200,000 of stolen funds on the webcam model. He even took out a loan of $65,000 to fund his addiction, claiming he was going to buy a house. It's illegal to lie on a loan application, but that was the least of his problems. Naturally, when his family found out, there were many things. Angry, disappointed, upset, but above all else they were worried. They knew Grant was unwell. On December 22nd, Chad, Peggy, Cody, and Jason came to Donna's house for an intervention. Took some convincing, but Grant eventually stepped into his parents' car. They took him to a rehab center for his addiction in Fort Lauderdale. Cody paid $15,000 for his treatment. The family never reported Grant's theft to the police. His parents and brother were willing to take the loss on their bank accounts. They offered to repay friends and extended family in exchange for their silence. Chad even reached out to Sylvie, explaining that Grant lied and stole to keep her attention in time. He didn't expect her to send the money back. He just asked her to essentially drop Grant as a client. Sylvie didn't respond. Grant was supposed to go through 2 months of treatments. He returned home after less than 2 weeks. Chad and Peggy made it clear they didn't want their son to fall back into his old habits. While visiting a California pizza kitchen, they told Grant they would let him stay in the home if he followed a set of rules and responsibilities. Among them, stay offline, get a job, pay off his student loans and credit card balances, see a therapist, apologize to his family, repay the $15,000 rehab costs, and repay the $200,000 he stole in full. Chad wrote all these conditions on line paper, but Chad did not expect Grant to fulfill the entire bargain. Next to, owes family $200,000, he wrote, but family does not expect this possibility. Next to, owes family apology, he wrote, we don't expect due to lack of real feelings. Chad's contract with Grant had its own pro rata clause. The Amatos were willing to forgive some of the debt if Grant joined the Air Force. It would also provide financial assistance. In the margins with a different colored pen, Chad wrote, "Grant declines, denies." Grant was also not allowed to speak to Sylvie. That was the final rule, and it was too much for Grant, it seems, because he convinced Peggy to let him borrow her phone to contact her. He filmed himself begging her to, "Please, pretty please, send me one of your videos." Chad was understandably furious. He told Grant to take his belongings and leave. At some point, Grant wrote a letter to the chat group of Sylvie Myers. He told them he lied about his financial status. He wrote about how his family sent him to rehab and barred him from talking to Sylvie. He was distraught, speaking of their relationship as if it was the greatest love story ever told. He apologized and hoped they would never go through what he went through. In his letter, Grant accused his father of beating his mother and himself. Jason Amato later said his father could be harsh and strict, but was never violent. On January 24, 2019, Peggy was in the home office using the computer. Around 4:45 p.m., Grant came behind her and shot her in the back of the head with a stolen 941 pistol. His father arrived home from work a short time later. Grant shot him twice in the chest. Grant used Chad's thumbprint to unlock his father's phone and sent a message to Cody to come home early. Cody was barely in the house when Grant shot him too. Grant then unlocked the family's gun safe. He planted a gun and holster on his father's right side and set another on the floor next to Cody. Grant transferred the balance from his father's bank account into his own. He could now talk to Sylvie again. He pulled into a Publix parking lot and did just that. Using the public Wi-Fi, he sent her about $600 that night. Now, Cody thought he did well for himself. He thought that by the time someone would check in on his parents and his brother, that he would be too far away to be considered a suspect. Then that law enforcement would certainly believe that Cody was the one to kill his parents and then remove himself from the earth. But unfortunately, Grant, smart enough to get into nursing school, was not nearly smart enough to commit the perfect crime in his mind. Cody's coworkers felt something was off when he didn't show up for work the following morning. He was always diligent and punctual, and they grew worried when they couldn't get in touch with him. So they called 911 for a wellness check. It was a bloody scene. Officers found Peggy still sitting in her desk chair. Chad was face up on the kitchen floor, and Cody was in the garage doorway curled in what they described as a semi-fetal position. They figured that Chad and Cody had just returned home when they were shot. Investigators immediately suspected that the crime was staged. Nothing was stolen from the home, so they ruled out a robbery that had gone wrong. They noted the firearms that were on Chad's and Cody's person. Chad's holster was on his right hip, which meant he would need to draw the pistol with his left hand. This didn't add up because further investigations showed that Chad was right-handed. They found a pair of leather gloves with gunshot residue on them. Grant's car was missing from the garage. In addition, the shell cases found at the scene weren't from bullets recovered from the deceased family. Since they did not know where Grant was, investigators first spoke to Jason. He was on the clock when he learned that his parents and brother were both dead and his other brother was unaccounted for. Jason was quickly ruled out as a suspect because they were able to confirm his location. It didn't take long for police officers to find Grant. His car was in the parking lot of a DoubleTree hotel. At around 7:45 in the morning on January 26th, he opened his hotel room door and was met by police officers. He was brought to the police station. When they searched his hotel room, they found Chad's credit card. Detectives questioned Grant. There was no hard evidence that he was the perpetrator. His car and his clothes were clean of blood. The murder weapon was never found, and DNA evidence and fingerprints weren't reliable either. Grant was living with his family, so of course his DNA and fingerprints would be in the house. With nothing else to go off of, interrogators utilized the best tool at their disposal: lying. Police are allowed to lie during interrogations. More than that, they're encouraged to. If they believe a criminal is sitting in front of them, but they can't prove it, they can and will lie. We have DNA evidence. Your fingerprints were on the weapon. Witnesses saw you do it. In some cases, suspects will break down and falsely confess. Interrogation rooms are claustrophobic and scary by design. The interrogator has all the power in this environment. They chip away at the interrogator's defenses until they give in just to make the torment stop. But the extreme opposite is also true. If a guilty party thinks they can outwit law enforcement, they'll maintain their own lies. The police figured that the culprit had to be someone in the home, and Grant was their only suspect. They started probing him gently, confronting him with evidence that didn't actually exist. This is a common police tactic. Grant held firm that he didn't know who shot his family or why. Eventually, Grant talked about Sylvie. He went into detail about all the time, money, and attention that he dedicated to her. He confessed that he stole from family and friends and was sent to rehab. He said his father was becoming increasingly violent within the last 2 weeks, claiming that he lashed out at Peggy verbally and physically. Grant alleged that Chad said he would kill him if he ever stepped foot into his house again. Grant independently brought up the possibility that Cody was guilty and that maybe Cody was mad at his father for mistreating his brother. After this, the detectives were frustrated and they showed Grant the crime scene photos. Grant covered his face and sobbed. He told them about fingerprints, bullet casings, video evidence that was not real. They said Grant appeared to recover quickly from the initial shock of seeing his dead family. After this, Jason came into the room. At first, he comforted his younger brother and he asked outright, did Grant kill their family? He tried appealing to Grant's emotional side. He begged for Grant to give him closure. He said he still loved him. Grant was not moved. He gave no confession and maintained his innocence. Grant was subsequently released that night. However, during the course of the investigation, detectives noticed Chad's empty bank account. Someone had sent the entire balance to a different account, Grant's account. They then found Sylvie's personalized videos to Grant on his hard drive. They dug deeper into Grant's digital footprint and found his interactions with Sylvie on the night of the crime. It was enough for law enforcement to come knocking on his hotel room door again. 2 days after his interrogation, Grant was arrested for 3 counts of premeditated first-degree murder. His bond hearing wasn't held until April 25th. Grant, who had drained his bank account on a cam model, could not post his $750,000 bond. Neither Jason nor his extended family paid the amount, and Grant was held in custody until his trial. Grant's trial lasted from July 15th to August 12th. The prosecution wanted the death penalty. In their opening statement, they told the jury about Grant's obsession with Sylvie, the transfer of funds, and the staging of the crime scene. Most importantly, the odd placement of Chad's holster and how the bullets in the casings didn't match the 2 planted guns. Grant's attorney planted the seeds for reasonable doubt in the defense's opening statement. There wasn't physical evidence linking Grant to the crime. Grant didn't have a gun in his possession. He sold his guns to send money to Sylvie. They admitted Grant may have had a motive to kill his father, but not his mother and brother. They asked for a not guilty verdict. Forensic scientists on the prosecution's side presented their expert opinions on the crime scene, specifically why they believed it was staged. Grant's attorney questioned their personal biases. If they thought that Grant was responsible early on, how that would have affected their investigation. During cross-examination, the defense laid into the detectives for lying in the interrogation room. For a time, their strategy worked. The jury was confused as to why detectives zeroed in on Grant and not Jason. They watched the interrogation footage and wondered if Jason was possibly setting Grant up to take the fall. Detectives said Jason's location was accounted for during the time of the murders, but didn't elaborate further on the matter. Grant wanted to take the stand in his own defense. His lawyers thought that this was unnecessary because the judge and jury had already seen his interrogation footage. They also weren't very confident in their client. They didn't trust him not to slip up under cross-examination. The very last minute, they decided not to let Grant testify. Just like during his questioning, Grant cried when crime scene photos were shown to the jury. He also stared the pictures of Sylvie when her face was projected on the screen. Otherwise, Grant had an unreadable expression throughout his trial. At best, it was a 1,000-yard stare. At worst, he looked completely devoid of any emotion. Jason, Jericho, and Blake were among the witnesses testifying against Grant. Jason cried on the stand, recalling how Chad adopted him as his own, and how much he loved his family. He discussed the night of the intervention, which was the last time he saw his family, and the new rules that Grant had to live by. Jericho testified about his frozen credit card and confirmed the leather gloves with gunshot residue were Grant's. There are photos of him wearing them during the Japan trip. Blake testified about the missing handgun and why he thought Grant was the one to steal it. On July 31st, 2019, the jury found Grant guilty of first-degree premeditated murder, but his time in court was not yet over. After the guilt phase of the trial came the penalty phase. The defense had to convince the judge and the jury that Grant didn't deserve the death penalty. That would prove challenging. The prosecution successfully convinced the jury of Grant's premeditation. The defense knew if they wanted to keep Grant alive, they needed to appeal to emotion. They reached out to Grant's family to see if they would testify for them. No one would. Aside from sitting in the courtroom, they wanted nothing to do with the trial itself. Only Jason was willing to take the stand, and he was one of the prosecution's witnesses. Ironically, it may have been Jason's testimony at the sentencing that spared Grant from the death penalty. The defense only asked Jason one question. Despite everything that's happened and all of the loss that you've suffered and everything, do you love your brother Grant Amato? Jason said yes. The jury couldn't agree on the death penalty, and the judge couldn't put Grant to death row without a unanimous vote. Instead, Grant was given 3 life sentences without parole. The Amato household slaughter became the subject of 2 separate network crime documentaries. A&E's Killer Cases aired the episode Murder and the Sex Scam Model on October 20th, 2021, and Paramount Plus released their miniseries titled Control-Alt-Desire on April 16, 2024. Jason Amato has kept himself out of public view. His whereabouts are currently unknown, and it seems he wants to keep it that way. Sylvie is still active on MyFreeCams, Twitter, and OnlyFans. Some articles like to imply that she has some sort of fault in this, claiming that without her, the Amato family would still be alive, but she's only guilty of doing her job, and just like any other murder that you've seen in true crime, where somebody committed an act motivated by, or on behalf of somebody else who had no connection, she has no fault in this whatsoever. However, as of the date of this recording, she has never publicly spoken about Grant or the massacre. Grant's Twitter account is still public, but clicking on the available Twitch link only takes you to a blank page with a message, one that is quite familiar to people who frequent Twitch. 3. Harley Rae Williams was born in Oklahoma on September 24, 2015 to parents Ivan Williams and Shelby Love. Harley had short red hair, a soft smile, and pale blue eyes. According to Shatoria Good, who took care of the toddler at daycare, she was a happy and lovable little girl. She said she was just the happiest kid, always smiling, never any issues with her. She was just a sweet little girl. Everyone that she came in contact with just loved her. Caretakers described her as a free spirit and a bundle of energy. They said Harley loved going to the beach and loved being outside. One of the pictures her family shared online showed her on a sandy beach with waves breaking in the background. She wore a blue dress with pink buttons and smiled for the camera. Shelby and Ivan had a troubled relationship. They got married around 2013, were only married for 3 years, and didn't stay together long after Harley was born. In August of 2016, Shelby filed for a protective order against Ivan, claiming that he had hurt her. September, just a month after the judge granted that order, Ivan violated it by driving by the place Shelby worked. Around that time, their divorce was finalized, and she was given custody of Harley as a result. Ivan was allowed visitation with his daughter, but not until he took court-ordered parenting classes. He didn't complete those classes, but soon, that didn't even matter. Even though she had full custody, Shelby was supposed to let Ivan know if she moved out of Oklahoma. Instead, she disappeared, leaving Ivan and his family searching for Harley for more than a year. By early 2018, Shelby had moved to the state of Virginia and was living with Harley in the Sandy Beach Towers apartment complex in the East Ocean View section of Norfolk. She claimed she left Oklahoma because she was fleeing a relationship marked by DV, but it didn't take her long to find an even worse relationship with her new boyfriend, John Tucker Hardy. John had 3 kids of his own, but he wasn't allowed to see any of them. In fact, he wasn't allowed to be unsupervised around children at all because he was still on probation for DV and CA. In 2011, he was in a relationship with Jacqueline Coates, and she was 14 weeks pregnant with his son, and they got into a fight that turned physical. John was planning to trip out of town with his friends, and Jacqueline was angry about his plans and told him to leave the house. They fought, and during the argument, John threw a cell phone, aiming at and hitting her in her pregnant belly. He told her that he wished the baby would die. Jacqueline got a protective order against John because of that incident, but that only protected her. 5 months later, when the baby was born, his father still had the right to get custody. That seems to be exactly what he did. In March of 2013, an unnamed girlfriend called police and Child Protective Services because John had strangled her and abandoned his 14-month-old baby. She turned the toddler over to CPS, who noted he was dehydrated and on chems. He could sit and crawl but wasn't walking yet. He appeared to be underfed, and investigators believed he had been physically neglected as well as medically neglected. His last doctor's visit had been when he was only 6 months old, and he had missed several important appointments. He wasn't growing or gaining weight like he should have, and seemed to be developmentally delayed. The girlfriend told investigators that she saw Jonathan hold the baby up by the neck with one hand, and that they often had to keep the baby home from social events because of the bruising. She also showed them a text message John had sent her, saying he would kill him if he doesn't stop crying. Doctors at the Children's Hospital of the King's Daughters in Norfolk examined the toddler and found dozens of injuries, many of them serious. He had what they described as an extensive skull fracture with scalp swelling that wasn't caused by an accident. Their report explained that he had been hit on purpose, saying fractures to the back of the skull and ones that cross suture lines such as this one require a great deal of force, and this non-ambulatory child would not be capable of producing that degree of force on his own. It is also not the result of a short fall, such as a fall from a couch. He has suffered a significant blow to the head. They also found that the boy had broken vertebrae in his back, noting fractures to his T8, T9, and T10 vertebrae, likely caused by forcing him into a seated position. They said that type of injury is typically seen when a child is forced onto the buttocks, forcefully collapsing the vertebrae. The damage to the spine would never heal, and it caused a permanent loss of height that he'll have to deal with for the rest of his life. His right tibia, or shin bone, had also been broken and was in the process of healing. He could not bear weight on that leg, and doctors thought that might have interfered with him learning to walk. In addition to the broken bones, doctors also found extensive bruising. He had multiple bruises on his face, including a pair of circular bruises on both sides of his jaw that were consistent with the story the girlfriend told of witnessing John holding the baby up by the neck. He had bruises on both cheeks, the tip of his nose, under his bottom lip, and on his right ear. They found more bruises on his upper right arm, both shoulders, on his back, and on his abdomen. He had a band of petechia, or broken blood vessels, across his abdomen, under his belly button, to his hips. He also had a bruise on his adrenal gland, an organ deep within the body. This type of bruise was very unusual, and normally only seen in children that had been in car accidents, according to the doctors. They said the adrenal bruise would have required force well outside that of normal play or parenting. The report also mentioned that the toddler's feet, all the way up to his ankles, were bright red, but the doctors didn't have an explanation for that finding. They noted the boy had observed DV occurring in the home based on the report the girlfriend gave that John had hit and strangled her. But the injuries to the boy didn't happen accidentally while John was committing DV against his girlfriend. After observing the extent of his injuries, doctors concluded that the toddler appears to have been targeted for violence. But get this, with 12 years suspended for good behavior, which, that's really stupid, we just put him right back on the street. Now, one of his conditions of his parole was that he was to have no contact with minors. But we'll see about that. In direct violation of his parole conditions. But he didn't get in any trouble. Inexplicably, in May, a judge reaffirmed his probation through 2029 instead of sending him back to jail. None of this makes any sense. He admitted he beat a 14-month-old toddler so badly that his skull was broken. His spine was permanently damaged, and he had to wear a neck brace for months while he recovered. But the system treated it as if it was a minor offense, releasing John less than 3 years later and not enforcing his parole conditions. By December of 2017, John had somehow convinced another woman to date him, but she broke up with him on December 22nd. The very next day, he came back to her home, and she told him she was going to call the police if he didn't leave. He insisted she needed to come out and talk to him, but she declined. Instead, tried to close her front door. He pushed it open, shoved her, and grabbed her by the neck. She grabbed the door and tried to close it again. When she repeated that she was going to call the police, he said call them. He again pushed the door open, smacking her in the face and the ear. Eventually, the police did arrive, and she filed a complaint against him. That same month, in December of 2017, John met Shelby. It's unclear whether he waited until after he was dumped or if he dated both women at the same time, but in the early months of 2018, he and Shelby got closer. 2 months after they first met in February of 2018, he moved in with Shelby and 2-year-old Harley. Now, he had access to another child he could target for violence, and he often had unsupervised access to the toddler because Shelby frequently let him watch Harley by himself while she was at work. 2 months after he moved in, on April 23rd, Shelby again left Harley alone with John while she went to work. Now, sometime during that afternoon, something terrible happened in the apartment. At 4:29 p.m., John sent Shelby a text message that said, "I'm going to prison." At 4:41, he texted again. This one said that she should hurry home. When she finally got home at 5:20, Shelby said he handed Harley to her and said, "Please don't break up with me." John told her Harley had been accidentally burned by hot bath water. He said he was getting her ready for a bath and stepped away for just a few seconds, and that the injury occurred during that short amount of time. According to John, Shelby didn't think the burns were significant, so the couple decided to treat her at home. She sent John to the drugstore to pick up medical supplies, and he left her there with Harley while he went to the store. The couple soaked rags in apple cider vinegar and applied it to her burns. They also gave the toddler Tylenol and Pedialyte and applied Vaseline and burn creams that contained lidocaine. Shelby told a different story. She said she realized Harley had severe burns when she saw her daughter, and that she wanted to call 911, but John was afraid he would be arrested. She said he took her cell phone and wouldn't let her call. She was so afraid of him, and that's why she had to treat Harley's injuries at home. Sometime that evening, 2 texts were sent from Shelby's cell phone, but it is unclear who wrote them. Both went to one of Shelby's friends. One, the friend was told Harley had been scalded by hot water, but the burns had been examined by a doctor, which wasn't true. In the second text, the friend was told the injuries occurred at a DV shelter and not at the apartment. At around 3:30 in the morning, about 11 hours after the first text to Shelby, John said he noticed Harley was shaking, struggling to breathe, and unable to wake up. He called 911, and police and paramedics quickly arrived. When they got there, Harley was having a seizure and was unresponsive. They could see right away that she was burned all over. They estimated between 30% and 50% of her body had been scalded. They noted that her injuries were so bad that her skin had begun sloughing off. In body cam footage of one of the responding officers, paramedics discussed the skin falling off her feet. She also had other injuries, including a large bruise on the back of her head, injuries that couldn't be explained by hot bath water. They rushed her to the Children's Hospital of the King's Daughters, but she was too far gone. Shortly after she arrived at the emergency room, Harley was pronounced dead. John continued to insist it was an accident and blamed a faulty water heater. Shelby's mother, Lois Love, was notified about Harley's death, and she was granted next of kin rights in early May. Harley's father, Ivan, who hadn't seen his daughter since Shelby had left the state with her, didn't find out until a week after the hearing. No one called to tell him. Instead, he found out through an acquaintance who had heard what happened from Lois. John and Shelby were both arrested the day Harley died. At their first bond hearing, the judge said she was at a loss for words after looking at pictures of the burns to the toddler's back, legs, arms, bottom, and feet. She said the incident was horrific and denied the request for bond. They were both in Norfolk City Jail, though within a month or so, John was moved by the sheriff to Hampton Roads Regional Jail, where he was held on behalf of the city. John and Shelby were both initially charged with felony CA and neglect. Their charges were upgraded in November of 2018 to include felony murder for both of them, as experts thought Harley could have survived if she had gotten prompt medical treatment. John was also charged with second-degree murder and 2 counts of malicious wounding. In February of 2019, Shelby's attorneys filed a motion saying they planned to argue that she suffered from battered woman syndrome, and her fear of John kept her from getting help for her daughter's injuries. They said he was so dangerous that she feared for her life. In their motion, they said she suffered several traumas in her past, including 2 SES and previous DV. They claimed those incidents informed her decision to be in a physically and mentally abusive relationship with Hardy. However, her case never reached the trial stage because she pled guilty to felony murder and child neglect on October 28, 2020. She agreed to testify against John at his trial. In 2021, John filed a complaint against the city of Norfolk, the sheriff, the Commonwealth attorneys, and basically anyone else he could think of because he was moved to the Hampton Roads jail. Among his complaints, he listed that he had contracted the virus that was so prevalent in 2020, and he thought he would not have gotten sick if he had been left at the Norfolk City jail. The court found that he had no constitutional right to be housed in the facility of his choosing, and dismissed his case as frivolous. Later, he filed another complaint claiming some of his mail had been opened inappropriately, but that case was also dismissed. Finally, in July of 2022, his trial for Harley's murder began. He chose a bench trial instead of a jury trial, so Judge John R. Doyle III alone would decide whether he was one of the prosecutors. Commonwealth Attorney Raman Fatehai told the judge, as she agreed to in her plea agreement, Shelby testified at the trial. She said that she and John had been living together for about 2 months, and she told the judge she regularly allowed John to watch Harley while she was at work. She said he was alone with Harley when she got burns. Deputy Commonwealth Attorney Jill Harris revealed the details surrounding his 2014 conviction for CA, and told the judge John was still on probation for that offense, saying prosecutors also brought in experts to explain Harley's autopsy report. In addition to the severe burns covering large sections of her body, the autopsy also showed she suffered multiple blunt force injuries. She wasn't just burned, she had also been beaten. She had a 7-inch contusion or large bruise on the back of her head and serious bruising on her chest and ear. She also had a big bruise on her abdomen and an internal injury to her small intestine. Experts testified that the bruising was consistent with CA. The prosecutor pointed out that many of Harley's injuries were similar to the injuries John's son suffered when he was beaten and punched in the head at the hands of his own father. He also had bruising to the back of his head and ear, as well as abdominal injuries and internal bleeding. Doctors explained that toxic amounts of lidocaine were found in Harley's blood from the medicine applied to her extensive open wounds. She only weighed 26 pounds, and her tiny body was ravaged by burns, serious burns covering about 42% of her skin, including burns to her legs, back, arms, bottom, feet, and left ear. A pediatrician who specializes in identifying CA testified that her burns were consistent with immersion burn injuries, meaning the type of burns that happen to skin submerged in scalding hot water. Chillingly, he also noticed the absence of splash marks, which would be expected if she was moving around in the hot water. Overall, her injuries were consistent with lying immobile in a bathtub. That does not match the story John told, but she was the one who turned on the hot water. Coupled with the bruising on her body, it makes it seem likely that she was unconscious in the tub or held down with enough force to keep her from moving. Though this wasn't mentioned in the testimony, it makes us wonder if he had hit her so hard in the head that she was unconscious when he put her in the bathtub. Her cause of death was complications of scalding with several bruises on her body and a large contusion on her scalp. After causing these severe injuries, John waited hours before calling 911. Deputy CA Harris pointed out that John and Shelby covered her wounds with vinegar-soaked rags, which would have been incredibly painful. They waited so long to call for help that by the time first responders showed up, her severely burned skin was peeling off. She was suffering from seizures. In his closing statements, Commonwealth Attorney Fatehai called this one of the worst cases he had ever seen. He said, and I quote, "The violence John Hardy inflicted on little Harley, the burns he forced her to suffer, and the treatment of her injuries that was worse than torture is one of the most depraved I have seen in my career. Little Harley lived her last hours in agony. Had she gotten medical help, she might have lived. Instead, she suffered and she died. Mr. Hardy has earned his We Will Remember Harley." On July 13th, Judge Doyle found John guilty of CA malicious wounding and second-degree murder. He was prepared to sentence him soon after the verdict, but John filed a motion requesting a new attorney because he claimed his attorney did not adequately defend him. In particular, he said his attorney didn't call an expert to testify about the broken water heater in the apartment. His attorney was replaced and would need additional time to get up to speed, so the sentencing was delayed. On October 28th, John agreed to do a jailhouse interview with a local Virginia television station, 13 News Now, an ABC affiliate. During the interview, he repeatedly insisted he was innocent. He told the reporter, "It is horrible that Harley is gone. There was no getting her back, but I can't go away for the rest of my life for something I didn't do." He also denied mistreating or intimidating Shelby. He said, "I did not murder Harley. This was not my intent. No one held her down. No one stopped her mother from taking her to the hospital. None of that. An orphaned man convicted of killing a child is speaking out for the first time. And we want to warn you, some of the details in this story are disturbing." John Hardy was found guilty of murder over the summer for the death of 2-year-old Harley Williams in 2018. Today, a judge delayed Hardy's sentencing after he asked for a new lawyer. Hardy maintained his innocence when he spoke to Allison Basil from behind bars. It was a horrible accident. In July, a judge convicted John Hardy of felony murder, felony child neglect, and malicious wounding for the death of Harley Williams. Prosecutors said Hardy scolded the 2-year-old girl with hot water, and it happened in April 2018. But Hardy says he sat the child in the bathtub and walked away briefly. I checked the temperature, and this was literally about 60 to 70 seconds that I was away from her before hearing her yell. That's when Hardy says he grabbed the girl from the tub, noticed burns, and immediately texted her mother. And I said, "Oh my God, I'm going to prison, hurry home." Prosecutors said Hardy and the child's mother Shelby Love failed to get the child proper care for several hours following the incident. They say the child's skin was coming off. Love pleaded guilty to felony murder and child neglect in 2020. The night of the incident, Hardy says Love sent him to the drugstore to get medical supplies. Investigators say the couple called 911 around 3:30 in the morning when the child had a seizure. She later died at the hospital. "I did not murder Harley. This was not my intent." Hardy says his apartment had a faulty hot water heater. He says his attorneys didn't call any witnesses during trial, including an expert who would testify about the heater. So he asked for a lawyer. In court today, a Norfolk judge granted Hardy's request. Hardy hopes the new lawyer can help his case. "I mean, it's horrible that Harley's gone. There's no getting her back, but I can't go away for the rest of my life for something that I didn't do." However, he did seem to make one mistake. According to the original story he told Shelby, he was getting ready to run a bath for the toddler, but stepped out of the room to make a quick call. This version of events, it seems he was saying the water wasn't running, and Harley turned it on herself when he was out of the room. When he talked to the reporter, though, he said he checked the temperature, and this was literally about 60 to 70 seconds I was away from her before hearing her yell. This version, he seems to admit he turned the water on. Not a huge mistake, but the kind of mistake that seems much more likely if he was telling a made-up story instead of remembering the truth. Finally, on May 26th of 2023, Judge Doyle sentenced John to what amounts to 35 years in prison. He was given 10 years for the charge of malicious wounding, 10 years for CA, and 25 years for second-degree murder, with 10 years suspended. The sentence handed down was 6 years longer than the sentencing guidelines suggested for second-degree murder, but it still doesn't seem long enough. After release, he has to spend 10 years on supervised probation, during which he must have no contact with minors. That almost feels like a sick joke, since that was the exact same probation condition he was blatantly disregarding when he murdered Harley. He was 38 at the time of his sentencing, which means he will be 73 years old when he is eligible for release. If he gets out, hopefully his next parole officer will make sure he stays far away from vulnerable children. On June 23, 2023, Shelby was sentenced to 15 years in prison for her role in her daughter's murder. Harley's father Ivan and his family were grief-stricken after they learned of her death. Ivan's sister, also named Shelby, said, "The grief was made even greater because Ivan disagreed with the maternal grandmother Lois in regards to how Harley should be buried. After Lois was appointed next of kin, Ivan emailed it to the judge, explaining how no one even told him about Harley's death. He wrote, also, 3 separate times Lois has intervened with a paper stating she had custody of Harley. The Metropolitan Funeral Home said it looked fishy. Both families wanted Harley to be brought back to Oklahoma, where most of her family lives, but they disagreed about what should happen once she got there. Ivan wanted a lock of his daughter's hair, and then wanted to have her cremated, her ashes interred in a nearby cemetery, so her half-sisters and family could visit her. Her grandmother wanted her to have a proper burial. Though the family didn't have a public service, Harley was buried at Fairlawn Cemetery in Chickasha, Oklahoma, and the two families seemed to have come to a compromise. Her headstone reads, "About a week after Harley's death, residents from her Ocean View neighborhood gathered to honor her memory and offer comfort to her family, even though they live far away in Oklahoma." Organizer Shannon Hawkins hoped the vigil would help her family members know that Norfolk, Virginia, is not just a place of sadness for them. At the vigil, attendees looked at pictures of Harley, blew bubbles, wrote messages on rocks, and set up a cross with her name on it. Yet a moment of silence in the toddler's honor. Aaron Ferguson, who knew both John and Shelby, wrote, Faith Gons, who knew John, said, "In Ocean View, some call a person's heart stone cold if they ever harm a child. It's an unnecessary, heinous crime. I just couldn't see you having to do that to any of my kids. It's why tonight, neighbors are choosing to write uplifting thoughts on these stones. Just wishing your family all the love and prayers. Love, Aaron." To remember a 2-year-old girl whose smile they never saw in person, but just through the pictures, I felt this little connection, to let our extended family know this community cares. Harley Ray, gone but not forgotten. Organizers say Harley Williams' father and extended family are in Oklahoma. They say these stones will eventually be sent to them, but they say they aren't going to stop writing until something changes. Hopefully implement a new law. A law that Shannon Hawkins says would bring more awareness to people who cause abuse. She's disgusted that one of those charged, in this case, John Hardy, is accused of doing harm to another child. That they will have to register so that we will know when a child is in our neighborhood. So that no other face, like Harley's, has to be remembered with bubbles and grief. It has to stop. Organizer Hawkins also asked attendees to sign a petition asking government officials to create a national CA registry, like the one that already exists for people who commit SA, saying it is up to us to speak up for Harley the way she could not. If this part sounds familiar to you, particularly the discussion of a national registry, it might be because we covered this same topic in our video about Heaven Watkins, another girl who was murdered by her mother's boyfriend in the same city, Norfolk, Virginia, on May 18, 2018, less than a month after Harley's murder. I do regret to inform you that if you haven't seen Heaven's episode, that the proposal for a registry was shot down by politicians and did not go anywhere whatsoever. 2 Norfolk children killed in just 2 months. Heaven Watkins and Harley Ray Williams' lives ended far too soon, allegedly by those who were supposed to take care of them. 13 News Now investigative reporter Laura Geller sits down with advocates to examine the problems and solutions that could prevent child abuse in our community. For weeks now, we've been investigating tragic issues within the child protection system, a system Heaven's and Harley's loved ones say did not protect them. And child prevention advocates agree the system failed these children. Heaven Watkins was just an 11-year-old, a child who would become an innocent victim. Our investigation showed Heaven's family had a history with child protection in Minnesota. When the family moved to Norfolk, CPS here got involved in February, but kept the little girl in her home. Just 3 months later, Heaven would wind up dead. Her mom, LaToya Smith, and Smith's boyfriend, Dement Harris, are charged in her death. To me, LaToya and Dement is not the only ones that killed Heaven. Child protection had a big part of that. 2-year-old Harley Ray Williams, another innocent victim in Norfolk. Harley was allegedly killed by her mother's boyfriend, John Tucker Hardy. She was scalded so badly, her skin started to come off. We've uncovered at the time, Hardy was on probation for beating his own son. Prosecutors say he never should have been living in the home with Harley. It's a lot, because she had her whole life ahead of her, and it all could have been prevented. In both cases, the mothers and mothers' boyfriends sit in jail accused in the children's death. Heaven and Harley are not alone. The most recent data reveals an 86% of the founded child abuse deaths in our area. The children died in the care of their parents. Did the system fail these children? I think in this case, I don't think there is any question the system did fail. Melinda Ciccati is the executive director of Champions for Children in Hampton Roads. You go, oh no, not again. And then I look and I listen and I think, okay, how long is it going to take before something changes? Ciccati explains there is a resource issue within the Department of Social Services. It's a system that's overburdened and really is stretched to its limit. Sources say there is consistent pressure for caseworkers to keep families together and not remove children from their homes in most cases. And Ciccati feels the reactive system needs to change its perspective. If we are to stop abuse, we must stop reacting to this and get out in front of abuse. Instead of caseworkers coming into a home when something bad happens, social services should be part of the family dynamic before abuse ever starts. We should be doing more of home visiting. What does it take for home visiting programs? It takes funding, and it takes parameters that are established by legislators. Ciccati believes everyone needs to step up. What's at stake here? The lives of our children and the safety of our children. The aftermath of Harley's death, neighbor Vanity Hurt was filled with regret because she heard the toddler screaming and crying and felt like something was wrong. She didn't call and let anyone know. After hearing from that neighbor, a local reporter asked Johanna Shusher, the director of Prevent CA Virginia, what the woman should have done. Case 4. Christian Ray Crossland was born in Muncie, Indiana on July 12, 2016, to Chelsea Lynette Crossland. He was described as a sweet, wonderful, and outstanding young man. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, and a wide, toothy smile. His nicknames were Bubbit and Bubby. He liked the children's program Paw Patrol and anything related to John Deere tractors, monster trucks, and the family dog Fred. When he was just a toddler, Brittany Ballinger and her boyfriend Trevor Easton began caring for him, raising him as if he was their own son. The couple lived with Brittany's mother and brother, and the whole family doted on him. Images they shared on social media showed a happy, well-loved, and adventurous little boy. He learned to ride a bike and was captured mid-pedal, smiling brightly. He liked to play outside and go fishing at the lake with Trevor. The family captured so many moments that were ordinary but also very precious. The photos showed him sleeping peacefully, catching snowflakes on his tongue, helping drive a tractor, and pretending to shave with shaving cream and a spoon. They showed hugs from Grandma, a pile of presents on Christmas morning, and standing on hay bales at a pumpkin patch. Some were taken on ordinary days, sitting in his car seat or being held by Brittany or Trevor. During the years he spent with the family, he had the kind of childhood that every kid deserves. According to Chelsea's mother, Gladys Crossland, Chelsea's childhood in Texas was very different. She was a troubled child, and her father, Randy Crossland, was in prison for most of her life. He also suffered from anxiety and schizophrenia that Gladys believed he passed down to Chelsea. Their family moved to Indiana in 2012, but Chelsea's life didn't get any easier. Gladys said Chelsea had a series of dangerous boyfriends who committed DV against her, and at least one even tried to strangle her. Gladys said on several occasions Chelsea told her that she wanted to hurt herself, even to the point of wanting to end everything. Chelsea was 21 years old when she had Christian. She already had 2 daughters by the time he was born. First girl was born in 2013, and her second in 2014. Some friends remembered her being a good mother to these girls. Based on their last names, which we won't mention to protect their identity, their father had ended his relationship with Chelsea by the time Christian was born, and Chelsea was in a new relationship with one Nick Riddle. News reports refer to Nick Riddle as Christian's father, and Nick claimed him as his son, but there were rumors he wasn't Christian's biological father. After Christian was born, Chelsea tried to focus on putting her growing family first, or at least cultivating the impression she was focusing on them. In November of 2017, she got the word family tattooed on her wrist. In August of 2018, she posted pictures of her 3 children walking hand in hand. She captured one with my happiness, and above the other photo she wrote, "We're gonna be good, just believe that." Despite her assurances, her life seemed to be in constant chaos. She was in several failed relationships, and people seemed to come into her life briefly, then leave just as quickly. In September of 2018, she posted the comment, "I just want to run away with my babies and never come back." Some of her troubles might be explained by a comment she made in November of 2018 during an argument with her mother online. Chelsea posted, and I quote, "I hate stupid snitching bitches like for real." Friends commented on the post asking what happened. Chelsea explained her sister had caused some sort of trouble, though she didn't explain what exactly her sister did. She said, "It's my so-called sister. All she does is run her fucking mouth, talk shit, start shit. It's just sad, really pathetic." Though her mother's side of the conversation has been deleted, in Chelsea's response she claimed her mother took her sister's side like she always did, allegedly. She said, "But of course you're gonna defend her, as always, lol." In another comment she said, "You're the one that comes at me with some dumb shit, 'cause you side with her every single fucking time. You wasn't brought into this. Nobody made you comment on here, but of course you had to defend her, 'cause she's always right, huh? She does no wrong, LMFAO. But if you want to say that it's the right thing to do, to snitch, then okay." When Chelsea's friends were brought up, she told her mother that, in her opinion, they were more loyal to her than her family actually was. She assured her mother that she'll be fine without her sister in her life, saying, "They are actually, to be honest, the only ones that have been having my back and wanting better for me. That instead of driving me to do my fucking dope, actually are here for me. Gave me a fucking place to go, and want better for me. I lost myself. Damn near gave up completely. Only reason I didn't was because of my kids and the very few friends that I do actually got. I never needed her, never will either. I mean, come on now, and trust me, I'll be perfectly fine without the BS and drama in my life. Always side with her and her bitch. I don't know though, I see shit for how it really is." In addition to revealing the deep rifts in her family life, Chelsea's comments about her dope and giving up also pointed to 2 of her serious struggles: substance use and her continuing struggle with mental illness and depression. Chelsea never named the friends that she considered loyal, but that could have included Brittany and her family. They were the type of family that had offered a helping hand. As early as 2017, pictures of Chelsea showed up on Brittany's social media account. And in May of 2019, Chelsea posted a picture of Brittany on her social media. Their friendship might explain in part why Christian ended up living with the Ballinger family. In late 2017, Brittany posted that a wonderful Christmas present that year would be finding 2 pink lines on a pregnancy test because she wanted a baby. Meanwhile, Chelsea had posted that her mother bought a pack of condoms and encouraged her to use them. Next to the picture of the condoms, Chelsea said, "My mom comes in and throws this at me and says, 'Use this next time.' She really thinks she funny, y'all. Shaking my head, lol." It might have been as simple as Chelsea wasn't able to take care of Christian and wanted him cared for by someone who really wanted him. Or it may have been even more complicated than that. Later, when Brittany was asked if Trevor had been in a relationship with Chelsea, she said she had heard rumors, but had never personally seen any evidence of a relationship between the two. Some people thought Trevor was Christian's biological father, and he often called Christian his son, but there were no public records of paternity test results to settle the matter. We are left to guess because Chelsea never explained her reasons, but in early 2018, she left Christian in the care of Brittany and Trevor. The couple was living with Brittany's mother, Rhonda Ballinger, and Brittany's brother, Dustin Ballinger, still lived in the family home as well. Trevor's sister, Christina Easton, often visited and loved being an aunt to Christian. In 2019, Chelsea moved back to Texas for almost a year, likely leaving the girls behind with family members. Her online posts during that year focused mostly on romantic relationships, kind of love that she thought she deserved, finding a new boyfriend, and then feeling underappreciated after. In July, she posted a meme that read, "Am I single? Am I in a relationship? Am I horny? Find out on the next episode of Mind Your F************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ possibly more, failed relationship in Texas, she returned to Indiana in 2020. Later that year, she was involved in a motor vehicle accident and left the scene before police could talk to her. She was charged with DUI, fleeing an officer, and leaving the scene of an accident. She was found guilty in a jury trial and given a 2.5-year suspended sentence. She was only required to serve 12 days in jail and was able to complete her time over several weekends, presumably so she could work during the week. At some point, she and Nick rekindled their relationship, but it was rocky. He got a protection order against Chelsea, but the judge dismissed it when the court found out that he was violating the order by staying with her. He ended up in jail for 2 days, and she pled to a misdemeanor invasion of privacy. As part of her plea deal, she was given a 6-month suspended sentence and probation. While Chelsea was running around and getting into trouble, Trevor and Brittany were raising Christian. Brittany said he was a happy and outgoing boy who never seemed sick and always had a healthy appetite. In 2020, the couple married and continued to raise Christian as their own throughout 2021. Their social media accounts are full of simple moments that reflect their love for each other and for Christian. In one, Brittany snapped a picture of 2 homemade cookies she'd found in her packaged lunch. On the corner of the plastic bag, Trevor wrote, "Have a good night, Trevor and Christian." Her caption for the photo said, "Open my bag and found this. It's the little things in life that mean the most. I love you both." Christian stayed with them for over 3 years. By then, he was 5 years old, fully potty trained and old enough to start kindergarten though. With a birthday in July, he must have missed the cutoff. In 2021, Chelsea got pregnant for the 4th time. She had another baby boy in November that year. After the baby was born, she decided she needed to have her family back together. She got the girls back and asked Brittany and Trevor to return Christian, because there was never a formal arrangement. They hadn't adopted him and didn't have any established legal right to keep him. They had to give him back to his mother. They were allowed to keep him for one more Christmas, but on January 8, 2022, he moved back in with Chelsea at her home on Southwestern Avenue in Portland, Indiana. Since he wasn't in school yet, he would be spending every day at home with Chelsea and the baby. The next 74 days to make every one of those days a nightmare for him. She would later claim she was suffering from postpartum depression and other mental illnesses, but it doesn't explain why she insisted on having him there when she wasn't well enough to care for him. Around this time, Nick claimed Chelsea told him she wished the boy were dead. There's no evidence he acted on that information or told anyone else what he had heard. At some point, Trevor's sister Christina visited Chelsea. While she was there, She heard Chelsea yell at Christian for getting food out of the fridge, stressing he needed to ask for permission first. After Christian accidentally wet his pants, she said Chelsea forced him into a cold shower to clean him up. She heard him crying and heard Chelsea tell him, "You gotta learn." On February 8th, Chelsea's mother Gladys said she visited Chelsea and the kids. She remembered the date because it was her birthday and she wanted to celebrate with her daughter. She claimed she saw Christian and he seemed fine to her. She didn't notice anything that concerned her. Nick claimed he visited in early March and said Christian looked happy and smiley. He didn't think anything was wrong. A week or so later, Brittany and Christina went to Chelsea's house for a birthday party, but they didn't see Christian while they were there. When they asked why he wasn't celebrating with everyone else, Chelsea told them he was being bad and had to stay in his room as punishment. Though the adults didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, his older sisters, who were 8 years old and 9 years old at the time, knew that there was something very, very wrong happening, but were likely too scared to say anything. Behind closed doors, Chelsea punished Christian by choking him, hitting him, and not feeding him for days at a time. Younger sister said she would try to sneak food to Christian while her mom was asleep. Younger sister both said he was so hungry, sometimes ate his own solid waste out of desperation. Eventually, it was too much. His weakened body couldn't withstand another beating, and Christian stopped breathing. According to his 10-year-old sister, Chelsea talked out loud to herself, asking what she should do with Christian's body. She said she saw her mother go to the cupboard and get out a trash bag to put him in before changing her mind and calling for an ambulance. At around 11:30 p.m. on March 24th, Chelsea called 911 to report that Christian had gotten out of the bathtub, fallen downstairs, and knocked himself unconscious. In a voice that wavered several times, either with emotion or because she was trying to sound upset, she told the dispatcher, "I tried everything I could." She said her son wasn't breathing and hadn't taken a breath for about an hour and a half before she placed the call. EMS Director Kyle Gerlach responded to the call and found Christian on the floor in the upstairs bathroom, wearing only a diaper. He saw multiple bruises all over Christian's exposed skin and blood around his face. The extended lack of oxygen made his face look blue. Director Gerlach described him as a very emaciated child with very little meat on his bones. He said the boy was so skinny he could actually see the outline of Christian's bones through his skin. The director talked to Chelsea, and she told him she tried to do CPR for about half an hour before calling 911. He asked her to sign a required EMS form. It was taken aback by her signature. He said she signed it with her first name and a smiley face. The officers who arrived with the EMS said the home was unkempt and filthy. There was plenty of food in the house. The fridge, freezer, and pantry were all full of food. They noted that Chelsea appeared calm and didn't cry when they talked to her. When one of Christian's sisters cried in the background, she told them that Christian's death was out of nowhere. She didn't understand how it could happen. They taped off the door of the home as the initial step of their investigation. Chelsea said to them, "So I'm guessing this is going to take a while." Officers found the circumstances suspicious, understandably, and requested assistance from the Indiana State Police. They were even more suspicious once they talked to the girls and realized Chelsea had waited for so long before she called for help. The state police asked Jay County Prosecutor Wes Sheminar to come to the scene, where he saw Christian laying on the bathroom floor. The sight of him being so small, so beaten, and so skeletal was burned into his mind. Later he would say, "The image of him has never left my mind. It's probably never going to leave my mind. It's probably never going to leave yours." While the investigation continued, Chelsea remained free. Her surviving children were removed from her custody. In response, she posted online, "My heart is broken into a million pieces. I just want my babies." The next day she posted a longer request for spiritual help saying, "Prayers please. They took my kids, even though they seen for themselves they're great. They fought to go with police and DCS. They are traumatized, and so am I. Mom loves you kids with everything in me. Y'all are my whole world, my reason for life. I never would have imagined our worlds getting turned upside like this, but I'm praying everything turns out okay, and we can all be back home together soon. Or at least even if not that, y'all will be all together with family. God, please help me to stay strong myself, but also for my babies to be together and stay strong too. I'm putting it in the Lord's hands too. I'm nothing without y'all, so I'm praying we are all home together again soon." Members of the community saw her posts online and were disturbed by her lack of care for the son she lost. Locals Shelley Pfeiffer and Vivian Pryor were so upset by the situation they felt compelled to organize a vigil for Christian a few days after his death. Shelley said, "The mother was publicly putting stuff on Facebook and didn't seem to care about the child. There was no remorse. She had nothing to say about him, and it was very strange. As a mom, I think she would be absolutely heartbroken." Vivian agreed that more attention needed to be given to Christian. She said, "I wanted to put on a vigil because I felt like as a community we needed to mourn this child. He should be missed." Chelsea also allegedly called Brittany asking her for prayers as well. According to Trevor's sister Christina, she heard a phone call Chelsea placed in which she said to Brittany, "Please pray for me. I did something bad. Don't tell the police." A few days later on March 30th, Chelsea was officially arrested and charged with murder, felony neglect resulting in death, and a separate charge of child SA. She was held without bond in the Jay County Jail. Once news of the SA charge was released, Chelsea's dad and some of his associates tried to blame Trevor for being inappropriate with Christian, but it doesn't seem like they had the full story and their accusation fell flat. Once more information was released, it turned out that one of Chelsea's daughters had accused her mother of being inappropriate with her for 2 years. That charge wasn't related to Christian's death. Prosecutors eventually dismissed the SA charges without prejudice, which means they could still refile them in the future. Chelsea's murder trial was initially scheduled for September 2022, but it was postponed several times, finally scheduled for July of 2023. It began on July 17th, with Judge Brian Hutchinson presiding. During the trial, prosecutors argued that Chelsea had deliberately and systematically starved and tortured Christian over a period of 74 days. Chelsea's attorneys, Public Defender Jacob Dunick and Chief Public Defender Brandon Murphy, argued that she merely neglected the boy and didn't mean to murder him. The public defender said that Chelsea was, now these are his words, a non-vaccination mother that didn't believe in doctors. He said, "The evidence in this case will show Christian had a short and tragic life. The final days of his life, he desperately needed medical care because medical treatment could have saved him." Her attorney argued that his death was the result of neglect, and not CA Chief Public Defender Murphy blamed everyone else in Christian's life except Chelsea, because no one did anything to save him. He said not one of them picked up the phone to call CPS. His death was preventable. It took one phone call from somebody else who cared. Prosecutors argued Chelsea did more than fail to take care of her son. He said that she had made a conscious decision to kill her son, and continued to follow through on that decision. They pointed out that the two girls were healthy and well-fed, and only Christian was starving. They brought Brittany in to testify. She explained he had never had any problem eating, and maintaining a healthy weight while she was taking care of him. When asked if he was a picky eater, she said he liked food. Police investigators testified about the evidence they found during a search of Chelsea's home. They found a checkered blanket that smelled of urine that they suspected the boy used. They also found a black and blue notebook that had "I hate Trevor" written on it, which might explain what motivated Chelsea to mistreat Christian so badly. They found the trash bag that Chelsea's oldest daughter had mentioned in her initial statement, as well as texts on Chelsea's phone confirming that Christian had eaten his waste, which matched what the girls had independently told investigators. Coroner Michael Brewster said he believed Christian had been tortured in what he called a prolonged 74-day horror show. He described the boy as emaciated and so severely malnourished and dehydrated that he failed to thrive. During the autopsy, the coroner observed injuries consistent with being beaten, spanked, and choked, including numerous bruises and contusions on his body and abrasions and injuries to his face. He also noted 2 serious injuries, one on Christian's neck and another on his ear. According to Coroner Brewster, the cause of death was complications from blunt force trauma to his head and oral cavity, and his manner of death was homicide. Prosecutor Sheminar showed the jury pictures from the crime scene, so they could all see his pale white face, dark marks around his eyes, skeletal nose, and emaciated body. He also showed Grandma Gladys the same picture after she testified about how the boy seemed healthy and fine on several occasions when she saw him. When she looked at the photo, she began to cry and said, "That's not what I saw, he didn't look like that." Prosecutor's final witness was pediatric CA expert Dr. Tara Halloran. According to the doctor, Christian's average caloric intake for the final 2 months of his life was nearly 0 calories a day. In his closing argument, Prosecutor Sheminar reminded the jury that Chelsea made the decision to starve her son day after day after day. He said, "What do you say about a case like this? 74 days is what keeps coming back to me. 74 days is how long it takes to starve a 5-year-old boy. Every second of every minute of every hour for 74 days, she made a conscious decision to not feed her son. How could anybody, let alone his own mother, inflict horror on a little child? This was a horrific way to kill somebody. It took 74 days of methodically sticking to the program of not feeding Christian and beating him. We treat animals better than she treated Christian. Just a little more than an hour, the jury found Chelsea guilty of 1 count of murder and 1 count of neglect of a dependent resulting in death. After the verdict was read, the jury was asked to start the second phase of the trial, during which they would determine an appropriate sentence for Chelsea. Her attorneys argued for a sentence of 55 years because of mitigating factors. They argued she had no previous felonies as a factor in her favor. They also asked the jury to consider her previous struggles with mental health, her difficult family history, and her limited resources. The prosecution, however, was in favor of life without parole. They asked the expert on pediatric CA to explain the difference between CA and torture. She said in order to meet the definition of torture, the physical CA must have occurred on at least 2 separate occasions or 1 prolonged occasion. CA must also be paired with at least 2 psychological elements, such as deprivation and isolation, as such occurred in this case. She pointed out the injuries to Christian's neck and ear, because she said those types of injuries couldn't occur accidentally. After hearing the arguments, the jury recommended life without parole. In Indiana, the jury makes a recommendation, and as long as they agree, the judge is expected to follow their recommendation. Judge Hutchinson was happy to follow their recommendation, saying, "I understand I'm bound by the jury. Even if I'm not, I think life without parole is a very appropriate sentence." And that was the sentence he officially handed down on August 24th. During her sentencing hearing, the judge told Chelsea, "There are people out there who hope you get the same treatment as Christian. I would rather the scales fall from your eyes and you live the remainder of your years in horror." Chelsea is currently serving her time in the Indiana Women's Prison in Indianapolis. A private service was held for Christian at the Williamson Spencer and Penrod Funeral Home in Portland. After the service, he was cremated and his ashes were given to the people who loved him. Recently, Trevor got a tattoo in Christian's memory. The image is inked on his chest and over his heart, and in it he and Christian walked down a fishing dock hand in hand underneath the words, "You'll never walk alone." The prayer vigil, organized by local mothers Shelley and Vivian, was held at the Hudson Family Park on April 1st, which is also CA Awareness Day. Both women spoke briefly to the crowd of about 50 people. Vivian said, "I did not know Christian personally. However, I am a mother of a 7-year-old and a 5-week-old. Both of them are boys. They are my whole entire world. I could not even begin to imagine living life without either one of them. When I heard the news about Christian, my heart was completely broken. I had so many questions. I went into my children's room and kissed both of them on their forehead with tears running down my face." Shelley said April 1st starts CA Awareness Month, and I felt like this was very fitting because this is abuse. You should have never had this tragic life. He didn't deserve that, and we need to bring light to that. In April of 2022, Trevor, his sister Christina, Brittany, and the rest of the family held another memorial service for Christian. This time focused on getting justice for him. Above a photo of the event, Christina said, "Just a glimpse of the lives Christian Ray has touched in his beautiful life. We got together today to send a message of love to him. Our fight for you has just begun." Christina wanted people to know about the good life and loving family Christian had before he went back to his mother. She said many think this awful world he lived in for 3 months was his whole life. It wasn't. Christian was loved by many and spoiled rotten at times. His smile could be seen from a mile away, as well as his strength. I'll never forget those memories we all have with him, and will forever keep his name and memory alive with us all. Long before Christian entered her life, Brittany understood what it meant to miss someone you love, because she lost her dad in 2014. She often reposted messages that reminded people to take the time to make memories, like this one she posted in November of 2021. It read, "I just want to remind you now, so you'll take care of this before Thanksgiving. Buy the little tripod for your phone or camera. Take the family photo. Take it in the living room, on the couch, or go outside. It doesn't have to be perfect. Even if you weigh more than you like, your outfits aren't coordinated, or your kids got food on their clothes, take the photos, because death is a thief. It snatched people away without warning, and none of the silly stuff matters. Just take the photos." This is excellent advice, one that I personally need to listen to, and it seems like it was something she took to heart, because she has dozens and dozens of photos of Christian though. I'm sure she still wishes she had dozens more. She posted some of those photos along with a message a year after his death. She said, "Sweet baby boy, it's hard to believe you have been gone a year. Life is so different without you. I hope you're having the time of your life up there in heaven. I love you and miss your sweet face and your smile. I can still hear your sweet laugh in the back of my head until we meet again." She and Trevor still celebrate his birthday every year. This year, he would have been 8 years old. Trevor posted, "I will always love you, baby boy. Fly high, catch them fish, Bubba." Case 5. Lola Patricia James was born in Wales on September 30th, 2017 to parents Sinead James and Daniel Thomas. She had an older sister born in March of 2014 and a baby sister born in May of 2019. Lola's maternal grandmother Nicola James said the toddler had big sparkly eyes and soft blonde curls, and that she gave the best hugs. She had an open smile and sometimes wore her hair in short pigtails tied with a bow. Though she was shy around strangers, her family said she was feisty, outgoing, and bold. Nicola called Lola her cheeky monkey who grew into a charming, smiley, bubbly, mischievous little girl. Her grandmother recounted a time that captures the cheeky side of Lola's personality. She had asked to paint her fingernails and was told no, but that didn't stop the determined toddler. A few minutes later, there was a bright red nail polish on her feet, ankles, all over her hands. It was everywhere. Though it was likely a bit of work to clean it all up, Nicola says she smiles when she remembers how independent Lola could be. Lola loved dancing, singing, and playing with her dollhouse. She and her big sister sometimes stayed up late pretending to be the princesses in Frozen. She loved the movie Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and her favorite snack was Monster Munch corn chips. Her father Daniel said even as a toddler, she loved the outdoors and everything there, the birds, bees, and butterflies. She loved eating homegrown strawberries and apples from her grandmother's garden and going on butterfly hunts. Her grandmother said she was happiest when she was caked in mud, getting into her shorts and wellies. Her father described her as bright as the golden sun. She was beautiful, charming, and cheeky. Her laugh would fill the room with pure joy. Sinead and Daniel's relationship was over not long after it started. He was described as a loving and attentive parent to Lola from a distance, but he wasn't involved in Sinead's life after Lola was born. Sinead, her daughters, and the family dog lived in a single-family home in Haverfordwest, a small town in the southwest of Wales. Visitors to her home described it as sometimes messy and smelly with diapers and clothes all over the place. Pictures of the girls shared showed cheerful wallpaper and pink curtains, but also a mess of clothes and toys strewn everywhere with an empty soda can and old popsicle sticks among the clutter. After Daniel, Sinead got into another relationship, but he was a violent man, and it did not end well. A DV incident occurred in her home, and he was reported, and Sinead stopped seeing him. Much like a report of DV in the United States might trigger a CPS investigation, in Wales, the local branch of the National Health Services was notified. The Hywel Health Board submitted a multi-agency referral in an effort to get mental health and other services to Sinead and her girls. The agency didn't release her prior records, but did say the local authority had significant involvement with the family over the years. In January 2020, health visitor Leslie Stedman met with her at her home and discussed her situation. Now, health visitors do some of the work that a caseworker might do in the States. Leslie's job was to evaluate the cleanliness and safety of her home, write a report, and refer for services. Case 5. Sinead identified herself as a victim of DV, so Leslie offered her education on DV and its related dangers, including the risks it posed to children. The next month, on February 10th, Leslie stopped by the house for another face-to-face visit with Sinead and children, who at this time were 5 years, 2 years, and 8 months old. She noted the house was cluttered, dirty, and smelled damp. She was concerned that Sinead couldn't keep up with the housekeeping. She said Lola looked like she needed a bath, and her feet were dirty. Now, like many 2-year-olds, Lola was a handful, and her mother was struggling to care for her. Evidence of this struggle can be found in her text history. In one, Sinead described Lola as a terror. She said, "She don't sit still, she beats me up." She had enrolled Lola in a program at Flying Start to help with her behavior. In a later text, Sinead said Lola was doing my head in and threatened that if Lola didn't start behaving, she'd throw her out the window. Sinead told Leslie about the stress Lola was causing. She said there was something wrong with the girl because she was very demanding. She thought Lola might have ADHD. Leslie offered parental support from a nurse, along with speech therapy for the toddler, but Sinead refused the help. Again, Leslie went over the tips for recognizing a person who might commit DV, and she told Sinead not to invite adults into the family home if she didn't know them well, or if they used alcohol or drugs. Sinead did not mention any new romantic partners, though it is possible she had already met her next boyfriend. He was exactly the kind of person Leslie was warning her about. Later that same day, Sinead visited her general practitioner, Dr. Annalene Holliday. She told the doctor that watching Lola was exhausting. She said the toddler stayed up until 2 a.m. every night and would throw her food back at her. She also complained of the flashbacks from the DV, which caused her to be tearful sometimes. The doctor prescribed antidepressants, which Sinead would later say worked well for her. Sometime in February, Sinead got a friend request over social media from a complete stranger named Kyle Bevan. She accepted, and the two began exchanging messages. Kyle described himself as a recovering crack and spice addict, though he still drank alcohol and used the amphetamines, Xanax, Valium, and weed, so his recovery seemed quite limited. He had a young daughter from a previous relationship, but he wasn't in contact with her. Though Sinead said she was, in her own words, frightened of every man because of her history as a victim of DV, she thought Kyle would be her protector. Within hours of their first conversation, they began a relationship. Reports vary, but either the day after they started talking or just a few days later, Kyle moved in with Sinead and her 3 vulnerable children. It was not long before the girls started accumulating injuries and bruises, especially Lola, who was still too young to clearly explain what was happening to her. On April 19th, Kyle was awake while Sinead was asleep upstairs. He sent a message saying Lola tripped over toys while coming down the stairs at 2 a.m. He had said that she had smashed her face and got a bloody nose. On April 26th, Sinead noticed Lola had a scrape on her chin. Kyle explained it away as Lola just falling, and he called her a crazy kid. Sinead said Kyle was really good with Lola. She said he would cook her dinner, he would do stuff with her, he was always buying her stuff she didn't need, but he would treat her. Sometimes Kyle seemed to enjoy the children, but at other times his mood shifted, and they frustrated him. One message, he talked about buying Lola presents and said she was fun to be around, but in another he said too many kids in the house, just doing my head in. When he was in a bad mood, he was nasty and intimidating. Under ordinary circumstances, health visitor Leslie Stedman would have returned to the home in April. However, the world events of 2020 soon made that impossible as lockdowns were imposed in Wales and around the world. She still kept in touch via telephone, but Sinead would not tell her that Kyle had moved in, and she didn't mention Lola's injuries. A text from May 4th showed Lola acting out, possibly to indicate she didn't like Kyle and the way he hurt her. Sinead saw Lola spitting at him and making a horrible noise. Lola also screamed while Kyle was with her. At night, the violence escalated and Lola ended up with a cut lip. Kyle claimed she fell off her bed, saying she was standing in her cot, and she dropped to the floor really quickly. She bit her lip on the way down. I tried to help, but she kicked off. He told Sinead, "I feel like you don't trust me anymore." He also told her, "Lola needs to get used to me, babe. I am not the devil. I think the world of that little girl." Of course, Sinead believed his excuses. May 10th, the baby, Lola's younger sister, had a black eye. Casey Morgan, who is Sinead's best friend and neighbor, was disturbed when she saw it, so she took a picture of it. Casey asked what happened. Sinead said the baby had an accident while Kyle was watching her. Casey did not like Kyle and told Sinead to get rid of him. She didn't want him around her house or her kids. By May, Sinead knew that Kyle regularly took strong tranquilizers and often used other drugs. She admitted they both took amphetamines together, but claimed she only participated when the children were out of the house, staying with her mother or other family. May 14th, Kyle took Xanax and flew into a rage, used a hammer to smash up the house, including the light switches in the kitchen. Tried to headbutt Sinead and, scared, she gathered up the children and ran to Casey's house. They spent the night there, but the next day, Kyle did what abusers always do. He acted contrite and apologized, sent a message that said, "I feel like a monster," and asked Sinead to forgive him. Casey begged her to stay, but Sinead and the children went home the next day. She let Kyle continue living there, and she kept leaving him alone with the kids. A few days later, her cousin visited and told her that the house was so dirty and cluttered that social services might get involved. Kyle again flew into a rage and got aggressive with her cousin, who quickly left. On June 8th, the health visitor phoned to ask how she and the children were doing. Sinead told her that she had another adult living in her home, but lied and said it was a female person. She didn't report her new relationship or any of the recent injuries to the children, and she concealed the state of her home. Conditions in the home continued to deteriorate. Sinead and Kyle often argued about Lola, and the arguments got heated. In one message, he told her to come get your *****ing child, while in another, it was Sinead who was angry at him for keeping Lola up all night. She messaged, "What's up with you? She needs to be in bed, it's 4 a.m. He replied, "It was one *******ing night, Sinead. She was falling asleep while playing, and I was going to carry her up. I wanted to give her a cuddle to sleep, but you get it up." Given his increasing violence towards Lola, it's chilling to imagine what he might have been doing with her in the middle of the night. On June 11th, she and Kyle argued, and he grabbed her arm. She texted a friend and said, "I'm done, I'm finished with Kyle, I'm not putting up with it, I have kids to think about." She messaged him saying she was sick of his drug use, and told him to get out. Kyle replied saying, "You lying, cheating, childish C******. Despite his physical and verbal abuse, Sinead backed down and let him stay. And she kept insisting that Kyle was not a danger to her children. On July 5th, Casey saw Lola at the park and noticed bruises on her legs. There was no indication that Casey discussed her observation with Sinead, and she did not call the police. Sinead was angry with Kyle that day, but not because of what he was doing to Lola. He was angry about the way Kyle was treating her. The same day, she told him to get out again. She texted, "What you're doing is a form of DV, I know, I've been through it." When he refused to leave, she let the matter drop. She didn't call the police or ask for any help evicting him. 2 days later, on July 7th, she and Kyle were outside in the neighborhood, pushing the baby in her stroller. Sinead's friend Casey was outside as well. In anger, Kyle shouted, "It," and pushed the stroller with the baby inside into a busy road. Sinead had to dive into the street and pull the baby out of oncoming traffic. Shaken, Sinead asked Casey if she and the kids could spend the night again. Casey agreed, and Sinead left the baby with her, while she went back into the house to get the other children. Before Sinead got back, Kyle showed up. Casey said he was, in her own words, foaming by the mouth. His eyes were huge, and he didn't look good. He was aggressive, and it was really scary. A few minutes later, Sinead and the children arrived, looking petrified. They managed to enter Casey's home without further incident, but the next day, Sinead again forgave Kyle. She took the children back home and continued to let him watch them. On July 9th, Sinead received an ominous warning via social media. The grandmother of Kyle's daughter, not his mother, but the mother of his ex-girlfriend, had heard Kyle was living with Sinead. She reached out to her mom because she thought Sinead should know that Kyle had physically hurt her daughter and her granddaughter in the past. She told Sinead he was a child protection risk. She said, "I'm concerned about the fact that he's around your children." Sinead asked Kyle's mother, Allison Bevan, about the claim. Allison said it wasn't true, and, just like that, on the word of someone who was likely biased and trying to protect her son, Sinead dismissed the warning. Even though just 2 days before, he pushed her baby out into traffic. Later that day, Lola's face and nose were hurt quite badly, and again, it happened while Kyle was alone with her. Kyle blamed the family dog, who was an American bulldog named Jessie. He said that Jessie pushed Lola off the couch and face first into the coffee table. Concerned that Lola's nose was broken, Sinead asked a couple of the neighbors to look at it. Notice Lola also had marks on the side of her neck, as if someone had grabbed her there. They said she needed to see a doctor immediately, but Sinead lied and said she had already seen a doctor. Later, Kyle told her that his mom looked at Lola through a video call and said she was fine. He also told Sinead that his mom was a nurse, but that was not true. Although she did work as a healthcare assistant, she was not a nurse. It is unknown whether the video call ever happened, but Sinead believed him and never took Lola to the doctor. In fact, she didn't take any of the children to the doctor for the injuries they suffered while Kyle was there. The next day, Sinead left Kyle alone with Lola and the baby. She texted him, "You don't need to tell me what you're doing with them. I do trust you with them." The day after that, on July 11th, Lola had another accident while Kyle was watching her, and Sinead texted, "Don't feel bad." Although Sinead has never explained, something must have happened during the next 5 days because on July 16th, she asked for Kyle's birthday and told him she wanted to run a Clare's Law check on him. Clare's Law, also known as the DV Disclosure Scheme, was implemented in 2014 by all police departments in Wales. named in honor of Claire Wood, who was murdered by her partner. It allows the police to divulge information they have about dangerous people likely to commit DV. Kyle refused to give Sinead his date of birth and said, "I don't have to give it to you. They won't find anything on me." Still, even with her suspicion aroused, she did nothing to remove Kyle or her children from the home. That night, her mother was supposed to watch Lola, but Nicola called and said she was feeling too sick. Sometime between 7 and 8 p.m., Sinead went to bed and left Kyle alone downstairs with Lola. Kyle said he took several pictures of her using Snapchat filters and then put her to bed. A few minutes after midnight on July 17th, Sinead was woken by a loud bang and heard Lola screaming. She went to the children's room and found Kyle holding Lola by her bed. He told her she's all right. She banged her head and "I've got this." Without comforting Lola or looking at her head, Sinead believed him and went back to bed where she fell asleep. Over the next 4 hours, Kyle beat the toddler, causing multiple injuries. At 4:26 a.m., he took pictures of bruises on her back. In the image, she was still conscious and able to sit up on her own. Temporary tattoos, the toy kind that are sometimes prizes inside of cereal boxes, were visible on her arms. Sometime after taking the picture, he continued the assaults. 2 hours later, around 6:30 a.m., he Googled the phrase, "My 2-year-old child had just taken a bang to the head and gone all limp and snoring." He also searched for loss of consciousness. 6.37, he took a screenshot of a website on his phone. The image he captured clearly states that if a child has symptoms like excessive bruising, swelling, or loss of consciousness, he should call for an ambulance immediately, but he didn't call for help. The next 2 minutes, he took more photographs of Lola, who cannot sit up on her own and appears to be unconscious. The photos, her head, eyes, and lips were extremely swollen and bruised. 6.40, he calls his mother Allison, but she doesn't answer. He sent her the photos of Lola, but she was asleep and didn't see them until she woke up at 6.55. When she saw those photos, she texted that Kyle should take the toddler directly to the hospital, but instead, he propped his phone up so he could film a gruesome 22-second video. In it, he lifted the unresponsive girl up and tried to get her to stand on her feet. He let go. Lola fell back to the floor with an audible thud. He picked her back up and sat her on the couch and said, "She's gone, she's gone." He sent the video to his mother at 6.58, but his mother claimed she didn't watch it. 7 a.m., she texted him again, saying he should wake Sinead up and get emergency help. She messaged him repeatedly over the next 13 minutes. Kyle did not respond. Instead, he tried to cover up his crime by putting Lola in the bath and dressing her in new night clothes. Around 7.20, he woke Sinead up and told her that an ambulance was on its way because Lola was all limp and had fallen down the stairs. He held out his finger and showed her a piece of Lola's tongue that he said she had bitten off, but no ambulance was on its way because he had still not called one. At 7.28, almost an entire hour after he Googled unconsciousness, he asked his mother to call an ambulance. 7.29, Allison called emergency services. In her call, she said, "She's a 2-year-old and she's got ADHD. She has fallen top to bottom down the stairs, and they can't wake her up. She's unconscious." She also said the girl was floppy and had a massive lump on her head. She said her son didn't call because he didn't have credit on his phone, and the dispatcher told her they don't need credit to call the emergency line. 7.30, Sinead also placed a 999 call. She told the dispatcher she's fallen down the stairs from the top of the stairs to the bottom. Her head's all swollen, and she's bit the top of her tongue off. When asked why she fell, Sinead said, "The bloody dog I have. It just barged her and she fell." While Sinead was on the phone, Kyle took more photographs and videos of Lola unconscious and snoring on the couch. Around 7.34, ambulance and paramedics arrived. Kyle told paramedics, "I think the dog tripped her over and that she had fallen down the steps." They noted the girl's face was swollen and badly bruised, and she appeared to be wet. She was not wearing a diaper underneath her pajamas, which was unusual because she wore one to bed. She was badly hurt and unconscious, but she was still alive. She was rushed to the nearby Whiffy Bush Hospital by ambulance. After a short discussion with the police, Kyle and Sinead went to the hospital. Sinead's mother and Lola's father, Daniel, soon joined them there. Kyle became aggressive when the doctors asked how Lola got her injuries and threatened to rip up their notes. He also got into an argument with Daniel and challenged him to a fight. Everyone else was heartbroken and distraught, but Kyle didn't even pretend to be sad. When she was stabilized, it was clear she needed specialized treatment. Lola was transferred to Noah's Ark Children's Hospital in Cardiff, about an hour away. Sinead and her mother followed her to the second hospital, but Kyle, on the other hand, decided to go home. Kyle didn't answer the door right away when officers stopped by at 11 a.m. When he finally let them inside, they saw he had been vacuuming the living room floor, which seemed suspicious given the general disarray and dirtiness of the rest of the house. Every room was cluttered, clothes on the floor, and items on every flat surface. Even the stovetop had open cereal boxes sitting on the burners. A table in the living area was crowded with cigarette butts, empty food wrappers, and cleaning products. Despite the mess, the bathtub was spotless and looked like it had been recently cleaned. During a search of the property, investigators found Gray Child's pajamas in the corner of a living room. The pajamas were wet, covered in vomit and bloodstains. The police asked if he had a mobile phone, and Kyle said he didn't. When officers heard it ringing and found it hidden under a blanket, they made him hand it over. He repeated his claim that the dog must have pushed her down the stairs. He said he was downstairs making coffee when Lola woke up and walked to the top of the stairs naked. He said, "I assume she ripped her nappy off before you questioned me on that." He asked her if she wanted some cereal and went back to the kitchen to fix her a bowl. I could hear footsteps on the ceiling upstairs, and next thing I heard was 2 or 3 massive bangs. Boom, boom, boom. I came running around the corner, and she was on the floor. He said she was out cold and snoring, which he thought meant she was choking on her tongue. When he checked her mouth, he'd found she had bitten a chunk of it off. He said he moved her to the couch and dressed her because she was cold. He said he attempted CPR by blowing into her mouth. Kyle described Lola as accident-prone, a nutcase, and an idiot. He said she always falls and smacks her face or lacks awareness. He said she made fed her ice lollies all the time, constantly ice lollies. He also said Lola was crazy, absolutely crazy. She's a bundle of energy, man. They're testing her for ADHD and autism. He was clearly trying to convince them that whatever happened was Lola's fault. When asked why he waited so long to call the ambulance, he said, "I had to stop her chewing on her tongue, put her on the sofa, put clothes on her, and put the dog out. I sat next to her and prayed really." He described his relationship with Sinead as pretty good and said he often went through her phone to keep an eye on her. When police interviewed Sinead, she also told Lola had 2 left feet and that she doesn't sleep and falls over everything. She said Kyle was amazing with Lola, and she didn't believe for a second that he would have hurt her. However, her opinion changed after police showed her the video Kyle had taken of Lola's unconscious body, falling to the floor with a loud thud. After watching it, she said she felt sick and wanted to punch him in the face. She said, "If he can do that, what has actually happened to my baby?" Later that day, around 3:15, Kyle texted Sinead that they needed to make sure their stories match, saying they need to be bang on. He texted, "They think we hurt Lola. She fell down the stairs, and the marks are from when the dog jumped up on her. It happens all the time." Later he wrote, "I would never hurt her like that. I really hope you know I done everything I could." At 4:34, police arrested Sinead at Noah's Ark Hospital in suspicion of child neglect. For 37, they found Kyle at a neighbor's house and arrested him as well. Both were questioned and subsequently released. 4 days later, on July 21st, Lola died as the result of her injuries. She was only 2 years and 10 months old. Her father Daniel stayed by her side during her last days. He said, "The guilt I feel lives inside me and will never leave. It's the memory of Lola lying in a hospital bed fighting to stay alive will remain with me always." After Lola passed, the police went back to the house to question the couple again. Sinead was erratic and panicking when she answered the door. They described Kyle's behavior as agitated and obstructive. When police explained they just needed to make sure nothing dodgy happened, and they were just doing their jobs, Kyle was confrontational. He replied, "You chose to be a copper." Both Kyle and Sinead were arrested again in January of 2021, this time on suspicion of murder and released on conditional bail. On April 21st, 2022, they were arrested a third and final time. Kyle was charged with murder and causing the death of a child. He was held with no bail. Sinead was charged with causing or allowing the death of a child. She was put in jail for her own safety after receiving threats from community members. On June 29th, they both pled not guilty. Kyle was returned to jail to await his trial. Sinead was released on conditional bail. The trial began on March 7, 2023, and was presided over by Sir Martin Alexander Griffiths in Swansea Crown Court. Prosecutor Caroline Reeves said Lola had been the victim of a frenzied and extremely violent attack that lasted for 6.5 hours. She presented evidence that showed Kyle waited an hour to call an ambulance while he photographed and filmed Lola's dying body. He bathed her to cover up evidence, scrubbing so hard he removed the temporary tattoos applied on her arm. He also hid her soiled pajamas and likely hid or disposed of the weapons he used in his assault. During his testimony, Sinead called Kyle a monster. She expressed regret, saying she wondered whether Lola would still be alive if she had got him out of the house. She said, "I beat myself up every day. He needs to rot in hell." She also claimed to be asleep during the incident, which prosecutors believed in part because they found no activity occurred on her cell phone during that time. One witness called to testify was Coral Barker, who had owned Jessie the bulldog before giving her to Sinead. Coral said Jessie liked cuddles, and that she was very well behaved with her 4 young children. She also said that because of Kyle's accusation, they were forced to put Jessie to sleep. Dr. Michelle Jardine, an intensive care pediatrician with over 12 years' experience with young trauma patients, said the toddler's body was one of the most extensively bruised and battered bodies she had ever seen. Dr. Deborah Stocker, a consultant pediatrician, testified that 101 bruises and scratches all over Lola's body were not consistent with an accidental fall down the carpeted stairs. She didn't think that there was a part of her body that wasn't bruised. Many of her bruises were larger than the ones caused by the accident, and some were consistent with being grabbed and squeezed by a human hand, typically only found in cases of CA. The doctor believed some of Lola's injuries were caused by weapons that had not been found at the scene. In particular, her right thigh had circular bruises in a distinctive linear pattern, and the bleeding puncture wounds on her forehead appeared to be caused by a different weapon. Her back and legs had been hit by yet another unidentified weapon. The pattern showed 3 or 4 blows that caused large bruises. The injuries on her neck were not consistent with an accident, but were consistent with strangulation. The bruising on Lola's ears almost never happens by accident. It was usually the result of a direct blow. Dr. Stocker said the large subdural hemorrhage Lola had was usually the result of a high-velocity road traffic collision, where a child is thrown from the car or a fall from a great height, such as a fall from a balcony or bedroom window of more than 10 feet. Of course, neither of those things had happened in this case, so the only other cause would have been violent shaking and forceful impacts. She said physical CA was the most likely cause. Stairfall does not explain the catastrophic and extensive injuries to the head, with bleeding to both eyes. Lola's eyes had been horribly injured. All 4 quadrants in both of her eyes were bleeding from multiple places, including from the optic nerve sheath. She had retinal fold and retinal splitting, injuries caused when the retina wrinkles and detaches, both signs of shaken baby syndrome. The doctor said the whole picture of Lola's head injuries led me to conclude they were caused by abusive head trauma, most likely from being violently shaken. Her cause of death was brain damage. Consultant neuroradiologist Dr. Neil Studley examined CT and MRI scans of Lola's head and independently came to the same conclusion. He said the subdural bleeding occurred mainly over the front left side of her brain, but also on the back right side and at the base of her brain. This was caused by forceful shaking and impact on the left side of her head. Her scalp was swollen in several places, as were her ears, which he pointed to as additional evidence of impact. He testified her injuries could not be explained by a fall down the stairs, and they were caused by inappropriate force. In his report, Dr. Studley wrote that the injuries inside her skull caused extensive brain damage that led her to death. They were due to abusive head trauma, likely to have occurred as a result of a shaking mechanism or a forceful impact to the left side of the head or a combination of both these mechanisms. In layman's terms, Kyle shook Lola and bashed her head into something solid. Prosecutor Reeves acknowledged that Kyle covered up his actions with multiple excuses, but she argued that Sinead should have been well aware of the risk of violence Kyle posed. As a mother, it was her job to protect Lola, but Sinead did nothing. The jury deliberated for 10 hours. On April 4th, they found Kyle guilty of murder and Sinead guilty of causing or allowing Lola's death. At the sentencing hearing on April 25th, Lola's grandmother and father both gave impact statements. Nicola addressed Kyle directly saying, "You killed my Lola, and you have broken her family. I hope with the time you have now, you can understand what you have done. Lola's clothes still hang in the wardrobe and her toys are still in the cupboard, but she is no longer here." She also told the court she lives with constant regret because she felt ill on the night her granddaughter needed her the most. Daniel grieved the life Lola would never get to live. He said, as a parent, all I could hope for is that Lola would continue to grow with happiness and health, with the courage in her heart to know she could be anything and do anything she wanted, but that will never be. I will never get to meet my daughter as a teenager or a woman. All I have left are memories of a beautiful baby and dreams of the child she can never become. Before Justice Griffith handed down their sentences, he considered mitigating factors such as the possibility that Sinead was afraid of Kyle, but ultimately determined she was not. Messages between the two didn't indicate fear. Instead, she showed she was in control and able to leave when she wanted. She had the support of friends, neighbors, and family. Even with other options, the judge said she consistently prioritized the relationship with Kyle Bevan over concern for her children. For her crime, he sentenced Sinead to 6 years in prison. She must serve 3 years before becoming eligible for release on license, which is similar to what we would call parole. Justice Griffith noted Kyle's lack of remorse. He said Kyle started to hurt Lola at midnight, and he carried on until she was unconscious at 6:30 a.m. Because this sustained, deliberate, and violent attack was completely unprovoked and carried out against a vulnerable child, he sentenced Kyle to life in prison. She must serve a minimum of 28 years before possible release on license. Sinead also lost custody of her surviving children, although she remained in contact with them. Mother Nicola said she hopes Sinead gets the help she needs while behind bars. Lola's funeral was held in St. David and St. Patrick Catholic Church in Haverfordwest on September 15, 2020. After the service, her pink and white casket was taken to the cemetery by horse and carriage. The route through town was announced, down Captain James Hill, through Front Street, and North Road across Marble Hall. The family asked the community to watch the procession and encouraged them to clap, cheer, or let off a balloon to celebrate Lola's life. She was buried at Thornton Cemetery. Citizens of Haverfordwest were deeply saddened by her death. At a makeshift memorial outside her home, they left toys and stuffed animals for the toddler. A family friend who wished to remain anonymous said, "I knew her for her entire life, and she was such a happy little girl. I have so many amazing memories of her. There was never a time that she wasn't smiling, and she had the cutest little smile. I hope that everyone dealing with this tragedy is okay, but I don't think this town will ever be the same again. So many people have been affected by this, and it's not an easy thing to go through." Local councillor Thomas Tudor agreed, saying, "It's a terrible tragedy that has happened. The town is in a state of shock." After Lola's death, the National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children called for an investigation, which they call a Child Protective Review. The Society's local director, Tracy Holdsworth, asked the government to make protecting children a national priority. She said, "The review must be robust in finding whether more could have been done to protect this little girl, and how agencies working together can better prevent future tragedies." According to reporting by BBC Wales, there were an alarming number of ongoing reviews. Over 30 and at least 4 other children, in addition to Lola, died during the nationwide lockdowns. Until the reports have been published, the reason for the large number won't be clear. Experts believe the isolation likely played a part, but they don't think it was the sole cause. Dr. Dewey Evans, pediatrician and expert witness on child protection cases, said recent cuts to service have impacted the effectiveness of local agencies. He said they spend a lot of time firefighting. They spend most of their time chasing after those families where the injuries have already taken place. So there is no time or resources to prevent these risks occurring. And of course, prevention is better than cure. A child practice review was started after Lola's death, but put on hold after Kyle and Sinead's trials were completed. It was restarted in April of 2023. Although reviews often take about 6 months to complete, this one is taking longer. As of the date of this recording, no deadline has been set for completion and publication of the review. We will update you if any additional information becomes available.